बहुत बहुत स्वागत ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਇਸ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਸ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਹੈ ਦ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਡਰਬੀ ਮਾਰਨਿੰਗ ਸ਼ੋ ਔਰ ਅੱਜ 28 ਮਈ ਹੈ ਦਿਨ ਹੈ ਵੀਰਵਾਰ ਦਾ ਸਟੂਡੀਓ ਦੀ ਘੜੀਆਂ ਸਮਾਂ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਸਵੇਰ ਦੇ 7:03 ਪੈਸੀਫਿਕ ਸਟੈਂਡਰਡ ਟਾਈਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵੈਸਟ ਕੋਸਟ ਦਾ ਔਰ ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਈਸਟਰਨ ਸਟੈਂਡਰਡ ਟਾਈਮ ਆ ਫਿਰ 10:03 ਸਵੇਰ ਦੇ ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਆ ਔਰ ਭਾਰਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਸ਼ਾਮ ਦੇ 7:33 ਔਰ ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ਾਮ ਦੇ 7:03 ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਅਗਲੇ ਕੁਝ ਘੰਟਿਆਂ ਤੱਕ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਤੇ ਮੇਰਾ ਸਾਥ ਇਸ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਬਣਿਆ ਰਹੇਗਾ। ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ਾਮ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਦੋਂ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਤਾਂ ਉਦੋਂ ਖਬਰ ਆਉਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ ਕਿ IRGC ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਈਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਅਟੈਕ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ। ਸਵੇਰ ਤੱਕ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਾਫੀ ਸਾਫ਼ ਹੋ ਗਈ, ਸਾਡੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਵੇਰ ਪਈ ਹੈ, ਕਾਫੀ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਸਾਫ਼ ਹੋ ਗਈਆਂ। IRGC ਨੇ ਇਸ ਹਮਲੇ ਦੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀ ਲੈ ਲਈ ਔਰ ਦੂਜੇ ਪਾਸੇ US ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹਮਲੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਏ ਸੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਕੁਝ ਨਵੀਆਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਆਈਆਂ। ਉੱਧਰੋਂ ਡੀਲ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਸੀ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੈਕਟ ਕੈਬਨਿਟ ਦੀ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਸੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ, ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਰਸਮੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ, ਉਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਕਲੀਅਰ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਹੁਣ ਓਮਾਨ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਵੀ ਹਮਲਾ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ ਜੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਕਿਸਮ ਦਾ ਸਟ੍ਰੇਟ ਆਫ ਹਾਰਮੂਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਕੰਟਰੋਲ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ। ਔਰ ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਚੰਗੀ ਡੀਲ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ, ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਿਹਤਰ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਡੀਲ ਨਾ ਹੀ ਕਰੀਏ। ਔਰ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੇ ਕਾਫੀ ਚਿੰਤਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਾਤਾ ਸੀ ਕਈ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੋਕ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਿ ਦਰਅਸਲ ਹੁਣ ਹੋਏਗਾ ਕੀ, ਕਿਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਸਾਰੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਾਏਗੀ ਔਰ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਇਹ ਸਾਰੀ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਹੋਏਗੀ। ਉੱਧਰੋਂ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਨੇ ਹਿਜ਼ਬੁੱਲਾ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਹਮਲੇ ਕਰਨ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਆਪਣਾ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪੂਰਾ ਕੈਂਪੇਨ ਹੈ, ਮੁਹਿੰਮ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਤੇਜ਼ੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਬਰਕਰਾਰ ਰੱਖੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਲਬਨਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਹਮਲੇ ਕਰੀ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਔਰ ਉੱਥੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਬਿਲਡਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਤਬਾਹ ਹੋਈਆਂ, ਕੁਝ ਐਸੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕੁਝ ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟਰਨ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਔਰ ਇੱਕ ਖਬਰ ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਰਸ਼ੀਆ ਤੇ ਯੂਕਰੇਨ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵਾਰ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੱਲ ਯੂਕਰੇਨ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਨੇ ਵਲਾਦੀਮੀਰ ਜ਼ੈਲੈਂਸਕੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਲੈਟਰ ਲਿਖੀ ਸੀ। ਉਹ ਲੈਟਰ 'ਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਹੋਰ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਪੈਟਰੀਓਟ ਮਿਜ਼ਾਈਲਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਦਿਓ। ਅੱਜ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜ਼ੈਲੈਂਸਕੀ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਸਵੀਡਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਵੀਡਿਸ਼ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਉਲਫ ਕ੍ਰਿਸਟਨਨ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਉਹਦਾ ਦਰਅਸਲ ਪੂਰਾ ਭਾਵ ਕੀ ਹੈ, ਕੀ ਉਹਦਾ ਸੰਦਰਭ ਹੈ, ਕੀ ਕੌਨਟੈਕਸਟ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਕੱਠਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਪਬਲਿਕ ਐਡਰੈਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਵੀ ਗਈਆਂ, ਉਹ ਵੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਔਰ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅੱਜ ਬੜਾ ਮਹੱਤਵਪੂਰਨ ਦਿਨ ਹੈ, ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਜੀਓ ਪੋਲਿਟਿਕਸ ਦੇ ਲਿਹਾਜ਼ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ। ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅੱਜ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦੇ ਫੋਰਨ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਵਾਂਗ ਜੀ ਆਣਗੇ। ਉਧਰੋਂ ਭਾਰਤ ਦੇ ਯੂਨੀਅਨ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਆਫ ਕਾਮਰਸ ਐਂਡ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਉਹ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ, ਪਿਊਸ਼ ਗੋਇਲ। ਬੈਕ ਟੂ ਬੈਕ ਮੈਰਾਥਨ ਮੀਟਿੰਗਸ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਔਰ US ਦੇ ਫਾਰਮਰ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਐਡਵਾਈਜ਼ਰ ਜੈਕ ਸੁਲਿਵਨ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਓਟਵਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਏ ਹੋਏ ਸੀ। ਇੱਥੇ ਕੈਨਸੈਕ ਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਡਿਫੈਂਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਸੰਬੋਧਨ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਆਏ ਸੀ। ਸੋ ਬਹੁਤ ਇੰਟਰਸਟਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਉਹ ਬਣ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਔਰ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਜਾਣਗੀਆਂ। ਔਰ ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਨੇ ਲੋਕਲ ਲੈਵਲ ਤੇ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਸਾਂਝੀਆਂ ਕਰਾਂਗਾ। ਔਰ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਪਾਈ ਜਾਏਗੀ। ਲੇਟੈਸਟ ਜੋ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਸਟ੍ਰੇਟ ਆਫ ਹਾਰਮੂਜ਼ ਦੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਲੈਬਨਾਨ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਸਰਦਰਨ ਲੈਬਨਾਨ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਬੰਬ ਸੁੱਟੀ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਨੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਇੰਟੈਂਸੀਫਾਈ ਕਰਤਾ, ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ 16 ਲੋਕ ਉੱਥੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮਾਰੇ ਗਏ ਆ। ਔਰ ਇੱਧਰੋਂ US ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਤੇ US ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਈਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਸਟ੍ਰਾਈਕਸ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਇੱਕ ਬਦਲੇ ਦੀ ਕਾਰਵਾਈ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਤਹਿਰਾਨ ਨੇ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਮਿਜ਼ਾਈਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਮਾਰੇ ਔਰ ਬੈਲਿਸਟਿਕ ਮਿਜ਼ਾਈਲ। ਕੱਲ ਇੱਕ ਸਾਡੇ ਵਿਊਅਰ ਸੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਇੰਡੀਪੈਂਡੈਂਟ ਚੈਨਲ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਬੈਲਿਸਟਿਕ ਮਿਜ਼ਾਈਲ ਮਾਰੇ ਗਏ ਆ। ਸੋ ਉਨੀ ਦੇਰ ਤੱਕ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਆਈ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਹੁਣੇ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਆ ਗਈ ਔਰ ਦੈਟ ਇਜ਼ ਕਲੀਅਰ ਕਿ ਹਾਂ ਭਾਈ ਉਹ ਬੈਲਿਸਟਿਕ ਮਿਜ਼ਾਈਲ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪ੍ਰਯੋਗ ਹੋਇਆ। ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀਆਂ ਆਈਆਂ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਚੈੱਕ ਕਿ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਕੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਇੱਥੇ ਪਈ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਸਾਰੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਥੇ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਅੱਜ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ 'ਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਖਾਸ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਬਾਤਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਕਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕਰਨੀਆਂ। ਔਰ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੁਝ ਲੀਡਰਸ ਨੇ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਈਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੇ ਹੋਏ, IRGC ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੇ ਹੋਏ, ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੇ ਹੋਏ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਕੁਝ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਲੀਡਰਸ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ। ਇਹ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਕ ਇੱਕ ਕਰਕੇ ਸਾਂਝੀਆਂ ਕਰਨੀਆਂ। ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆ ਦੇਖੋ, ਈਰਾਨ ਦਾ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਮੀਡੀਆ, ਈਰਾਨ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ, ਗਾਰਡ ਸੇਜ਼ ਰੀਜਨ ਵਿਲ ਨਾਟ ਸੀ ਪੀਸ ਅੰਟਿਲ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਇਜ਼ ਡਿਸਟਰॉयड। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਜਦ ਤੱਕ ਖਤਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਉਨੀ ਦੇਰ ਪੀਸ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਿਲਣਾ। ਇਹ IRGC ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਸਲਾਮਿਕ ਰਿਪਬਲਿਕ ਗਾਰਡ ਕਾਰਪਸ ਹੈ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਹੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਦਾਅਵਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਸੋ ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਪਿਓਰ ਹੇਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਫੈਲਾਈ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਨੂੰ ਖਤਮ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਡਿਸਟਰॉय ਕਰ ਦੇਣਾ, ਤਬਾਹ ਕਰ ਦੇਣਾ। ਜਦ ਤੱਕ ਤਬਾਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਉਨੀ ਦੇਰ ਤੱਕ ਕੁਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਣਾ। ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੀਆਂ। ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ, ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਰਿਕਾਰਡ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਔਰ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਆਪਾਂ ਅਗਲੇ ਵਾਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਚਲਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਇਹਦੇ ਚ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ, ਇਰਾਨੀ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ। ਜਿਹੜੀ IRNA ਹੈ, ਇਸਲਾਮਿਕ ਰਿਪਬਲਿਕ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਏਜੰਸੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਅੱਗੇ ਚੱਲ ਕੇ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੀਆਂ ਸਾਂਝੀਆਂ ਕਰਾਂਗਾ। ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਉੱਥੇ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਟ ਤੋਂ ਹੁਣ ਬੈਨ ਚੱਕ ਲਿਆ ਗਿਆ, ਕਈ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਵੀਡੀਓਜ਼ ਆਉਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਆਥੈਂਟਿਸਿਟੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਚੈੱਕ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕਾਫੀ ਮੁਸ਼ਕਿਲ ਬਣੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਬਟ ਵੀ ਵਿਲ ਕੀਪ ਦਿਸ ਥਿੰਗ ਇਨ ਮਾਈਂਡ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਜਿੱਥੋਂ ਵੀ ਮਿਲ ਸਕਦੀਆਂ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵੀ ਐਂਗਲ ਤੋਂ ਮਿਲ ਸਕਦੀਆਂ, ਉਹ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀਆਂ ਕਰੀਏ। ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਖਬਰ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਈਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਵੈਬਸਾਈਟ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਈਰਾਨ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਦੇ, ਇਹ ਜਿਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਇਰਾਨੀਅਨ revolutionary guard said that the Middle East would not see peace until Israel is destroyed, dismissing what it called US President Donald Trump's vision of peace as one of killing, murder, and terror. The statement came after 2 Hamas commanders were killed in an Israeli airstrike in Gaza. The guards said the killing would not weaken when it called the Palestinian resistance and would instead strengthen the fight for the liberation of Palestine and Jerusalem. ਇਹ ਈਰਾਨ ਦੇ IRGC ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਗਾਜ਼ਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹਮਲੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਏ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ, ਈਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹਮਲੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਏ ਉਹ ਬਾਅਦ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹਮਲੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਏ ਆ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਆ ਵੀ ਕਿਹਾ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਰਸ਼ੀਆ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਥਰਸਡੇ ਨੂੰ, ਅੱਜ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਜੇਕਰ ਸਮਾਂ ਰਿਹਾ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਪੋਕਸਪਰਸਨ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਾਂਗਾ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਰਸ਼ੀਆ ਅਸਿਸਟ ਕਰਨ ਨੂੰ ਤਿਆਰ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਐਨਰਿਚਡ ਯੂਰੇਨੀਅਮ ਹੈ ਈਰਾਨ ਤੋਂ ਉਹ ਲੈਣ ਨੂੰ ਤਿਆਰ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਰਿਮੂਵ ਕਰ ਦੇਗਾ। ਤਹਿਰਾਨ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਤੇ ਵਾਸ਼ਿੰਗਟਨ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਨੈਗੋਸ਼ੀਏਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਰਸ਼ੀਆ ਦੀ ਫੋਰਨ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਦੀ ਸਪੋਕਸਵੁਮਨ ਨੇ ਮਾਰੀਆ ਜ਼ਰਖੋਵਾ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਸ 'ਚ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਮਾਸਕੋ ਵਾਸ ਪ੍ਰੀਪੇਅਰਡ ਟੂ ਹੈਲਪ ਵਿਦ ਦ ਯੂਰੇਨੀਅਮ ਇਸ਼ੂ ਬਟ ਵਾਸ ਨਾਟ ਇੰਪੋਜ਼ਿੰਗ ਇਟਸ ਇਨੀਸ਼ੀਏਟਿਵ। ਥੋਪਣਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ। ਉਧਰ ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਫੋਰਨ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੇ ਇਸ਼ਾਕ ਡਾਰ, ਉਹ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਕੱਲ ਯਾਨੀ ਕਿ ਫਰਾਈਡੇ ਨੂੰ US ਜਾਣਗੇ, ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਆਫ ਸਟੇਟ ਮਾਰਕੋ ਰੂਬੀਓ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਣਗੇ ਇਸੇ ਮੁੱਦੇ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ। ਕੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਸਾਫ਼ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਮਾਰਕੋ ਰੂਬੀਓ ਨੇ ਭਾਰਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਦੋਂ ਆਏ, ਅਜੇ ਕੱਲ ਪਰਸੋਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਆ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਈਰਾਨ ਨਿਊਕਲੀਅਰ ਵੈਪਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਣਾ ਸਕਦਾ, ਇਹ ਭੁੱਲ ਜਾਓ। ਯੂਰੇਨੀਅਮ ਐਨਰਿਚਮੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਪਈ ਹੈ, ਐਨਰਿਚਡ ਯੂਰੇਨੀਅਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਿਆ, ਉਹ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਖਤਮ ਕਰਨਾ ਪਏਗਾ। ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਰਸ਼ੀਆ ਦੀ ਫੋਰਨ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰੀ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਯੂਨਾਈਟਿਡ ਸਟੇਟ ਐਂਡ ਈਰਾਨ ਨਾਟ ਟੂ ਸਲਾਈਡ ਬੈਕ ਇਨਟੂ ਵਾਰ ਐਂਡ ਸੈਡ ਡਿਪਲੋਮੇਸੀ ਸ਼ੁੱਡ ਕੰਟੀਨਿਊ। ਡਿਪਲੋਮੇਸੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਚੱਲਦੀ ਰਹਿਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ। ਹੁਣ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਡਿਪਲੋਮੇਸੀ ਚੱਲੇ ਜਾਂ ਨਾ ਚੱਲੇ, ਜਿਸ ਵੀ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਚੱਲੇ, ਜਿਵੇਂ ਵੀ ਚੱਲੇ। ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕੱਲ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਤੋਂ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਰਸ਼ੀਆ ਜਾਂ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਸ਼ਾਮਿਲ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੰਫਰਟੇਬਲ ਫੀਲ ਕਰੋਗੇ? ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨਾ, ਮੈਂ ਕੰਫਰਟੇਬਲ ਫੀਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰੂੰਗਾ, ਮੈਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਲੈਵਲ ਤੇ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਕੰਫਰਟੇਬਲ ਫੀਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰੂੰਗਾ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਆਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੋਵੇ। ਉਧਰੋਂ ਈਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਟੈਕ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਏ ਆ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੇ ਬੇਸਿਸ ਤੇ ਅਟੈਕ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਇੱਕ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ IRGC ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ। IRGC ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਉਹ ਇੱਕ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ। ਆਮ ਟਰਾਈਂਗ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਦਿਖਾ ਸਕਾਂ। ਵਿੱਚ ਕਈ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦਾ ਮਿਊਜ਼ਿਕ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਭਰਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ, ਹੋਰ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਹੈਗੀਆਂ, ਬਟ ਆਈ ਵਿਲ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰ ਸਕਾਂ। ਗਿਵ ਮੀ ਓਨਲੀ 1 ਮਿੰਟ। ਐਜ਼ ਯੂ ਨੋ ਕਿ ਆਪਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਪੋਸਟ ਵੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। लेट मी जस्ट पोस्ट इट जी इन्फॉर्मेशन लेटेस्ट अपने को आ रही है। ईरान का कहना कि वो यूएस के टारगेट्स यूएस के एयर बेस है उन्होंने टारगेट बना रहे हैं, ये ईरान का कहना। हालांकि किन्नी गल सच है किन्नी नहीं है कांट से, लेकिन इस वक्त जी इन्फॉर्मेशन है वो यही है कि किते ना किते यूएस के जो एयर बेस ने या यूएस के जो मिलिटरी बेस ने उन्होंने निशाना जोड़ा बनाया जा रहा। और इस जी इन्फॉर्मेशन है मेरे को टू शेयर इट विद यू। यूएस के जो सेंट्रल कमांड है उन्होंने की किया, आप उसके बारे भी गल करांगे। एंड एट द सिमिलर नोट जी जानकारी अपने को आ रही है वो भी अपने नाल साझी करांगे। कल आ इन्फॉर्मेशन जी है वो आनी शुरू हुई सी, जिसकी ऑथेंटिसिटी चेक करते 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 बहुत टाइम लग गया, लेकिन लेट मी जस्ट शेयर दैट विद यू। IRGC के वालों आ एक वीडियो जी है वो शेयर की गई। लेट मी जस्ट पोस्ट। आ वीडियो ये चलने का विद द वेपन ऑफ फेथ एंड द स्लोगन अल्लाहू अकबर वी पुश आवर एनिमी बैक एंड ह्यूमिलिएट देम। इसे दा नाल फिंगरप्रिंट थंबप्रिंट जिहड़ा लगा होया लग रहा, या फिंगरप्रिंट है थंबप्रिंट है, और वो ईरान के झंडे दे विच है, और विचकार ईरान का जिहड़ा झंडे का निशान है उन्हों का नैशनल वो लाया होया। और आ एक वीडियो जी है उन्होंने वालों जारी की। कुछ मैं थोड़ा जहा म्यूजिक में हौला कर देना, और तुम देख सकते हो कि किस तरीके जो यूएस का झंडा वो पैरों थले ये उन्होंने वालों ही IRGC के वालों ही दसिया जा रहा कि जारी की गई। आ जी उन्होंने वालों मिसाइल छड्डी गई है, इस तरीके पूरा उन्होंने सिनेमैटिक जिहा बना के इत्थे सोशल मीडिया के उत्ते भेज दिता। हुण कितनियां मिसाइल गई वी कांट से, लेकिन 3 मिसाइल जड़ियाँ वो साफ दिख रही, अप्रोक्सीमेटली 3 मिसाइल जड़ियाँ वो क्लीयरली ये दिख रही हैं कि 3 मिसाइल्स है। यही जी इन्फॉर्मेशन है वो वक्खो वक्खरे थावां तो जा रही है, और क्लीयरली उत्थों के कुछ TV स्टेशन ने SNN और होर उन्होंने भी ये चल रही है, ईरानियन TVs ने उन्होंने भी चल रही है, पिछे म्यूजिक जो चल रहा है। और ईरान ने कहा कि असी ओमान के नाल भी खड़े, वो कहते ट्रंप ने थ्रैट किया उन्होंने कल कि उन्होंने उड़ा दिता जाएगा, खत्म कर दिता जाएगा, कहते असी उन्होंने नाल भी खड़े हैं। ये भी जानकारी जी है नाल दे नाल आ रही है। तो आ एक वीडियो जिस तरीके ब्लास्ट हो रहा है, जिस तरीके लॉन्च की गई बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल्स, दो आई कैन नॉट कन्फर्म कि वैदर ये फुटेज जी है रियल उस जगह की फुटेज, आई कैन नॉट कन्फर्म दैट, बट जी ये वीडियो है इस वेले सोशल मीडिया के उत्ते घूम रही है। और खास तौर के उत्ते ये जड़ा सारा जड़ा रौला जिहा इस तरीके का चल रहा, ये वधदा जा रहा, ये घट नहीं रहा, ये वधदा जा रहा। अच्छा, ये थोड़ी एक चीज़ होर जी देखने वाली है, जी होर एक इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़, कला यही नहीं है कि आ वीडियो जी पा दी गई और ये दिखा दी गई, ये होर जुड़ियाँ बहुत सारिया इन्फॉर्मेशन ने जिहड़ियां आनियां शुरू हुई, बहुत सारिया इन्फॉर्मेशन। ये खास तौर के उत्ते एक तो जिहड़े US की सेंटकॉम है उन्होंने वालों मैसेज जोड़ा पाया गया सी, वो उन्होंने साफ तौर के उत्ते US की जी सेंटकॉम है उनके वालों बहुत खुले लफ्जों के साफ तौर के उत्ते गल कही गई है कि एट 10:17 PM ईस्टर्न स्टैंडर्ड टाइम ऑन May 27, यानी कि कल, Iran launched a ballistic missile towards Kuwait that was successfully intercepted by Kuwaiti forces. This egregious ceasefire violation by the Iranian regime occurred hours after Iranian forces launched 5 one-way attack drones that posed a clear threat in and near the Strait of Hormuz. All drones were successfully intercepted by US forces, which also prevented a 6th drone launch from an Iranian ground control site in Bandar Abbas. ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਕੱਲ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਕਿ US ਸੈਂਟਰਲ ਕਮਾਂਡ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬੰਦਰ ਅਬਾਸ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਤੱਟ ਹੈ, ਕੋਸਟ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਹਮਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਔਰ ਇਹ ਕਹਿ ਕੇ ਕਿ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਈਰਾਨ ਆਪਣੀਆਂ ਮਿਜ਼ਾਈਲਸ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਲਾਂਚ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ, ਈਰਾਨ ਆਪਣੀਆਂ ਡਰੋਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹ ਲਾਂਚ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ, ਡਰੋਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹ ਲਾਂਚ ਕੀਤੇ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਰਾਤੀ 10:17 ਤੇ ਉਦੋਂ ਆਪਣਾ ਸ਼ਾਮ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਜਦੋਂ ਇਹ ਉੱਥੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਨਸੀਡੈਂਟ ਹੋਣੇ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਏ, ਬੈਲਿਸਟਿਕ ਮਿਜ਼ਾਈਲ ਨਾਲ ਅਟੈਕ ਹੋਏ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ US Central Command and regional parties remain vigilant and measured as we continue to defend our forces and interests from unjustified Iranian aggression. ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ US Central Command ਤੇ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਰੀਜਨਲ ਪਾਰਟਨਰ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਚੌਕਸ ਨੇ ਔਰ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਹਿੱਤਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਚਾਉਣ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਲੱਗੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ ਔਰ ਇਰਾਨੀਅਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅਨਜਸਟੀਫਾਈਡ ਐਗਰੈਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਉਹਦਾ ਉਹ ਜਵਾਬ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦੇਣਗੇ। ਇਹ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਹੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ। ਸੋ ਈਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਟਾਰਗੇਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਉਧਰੋਂ US ਸੈਂਟਰਲ ਕਮਾਂਡ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਆਹ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਉਧਰੋਂ ਆਹ ਸਟੇਟਮੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਫੋਰਨ ਅਫੇਅਰ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਆਈ। ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਫੋਰਨ ਅਫੇਅਰ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਆਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। You can see yourself very clearly ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ let me open that with you. ਮੈਂ ਓਪਨ ਕਰ ਲਾਂ ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਵੀ ਇੱਥੇ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਦਾ। ਸਟੇਟਮੈਂਟ ਇਸ਼ੂ ਹੋਈ ਆ ਅੱਜ ਔਰ ਇਹ ਅਰਬੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈ, ਇਹਦਾ ਤਰਜਮਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਅਰਬੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਵਾਲਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵਰਜ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਹੈ, ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਅਰਬੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਵਾਲਾ ਵਰਜ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਦਿਖਾ ਦਿੰਦਾ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅਰੇਬਿਕ ਲੈਂਗੁਏਜ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈ। ਦੈਟਸ ਦ ਓਰੀਜਨਲ ਵਰਜ਼ਨ ਆਫ ਦਿਸ ਇਨ ਅਰੇਬਿਕ। ਪਰ ਇਹਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੰਗਲਿਸ਼ ਟ੍ਰਾਂਸਲੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਇਹ 28 ਮਈ 2026 ਦੀ ਇਹ ਖਬਰ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਇਹਦਾ English version. We're going to talk about English version. Statement issued by Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Thursday, 28th May 2026. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs expresses the state of Kuwait's strongest condemnation and denunciation of the criminal Iranian attack that targeted the territory of the state of Kuwait with missiles and drones in a dangerous escalation and flagrant violation of the sovereignty of the state of Kuwait, its security and the integrity of its lands, and a direct threat to the lives of civilian and vital facilities. The ministry affirms that this escalation comes at a time when the earnest efforts are being exerted by a number of brotherly and friendly countries to reduce tensions, de-escalate, and spare the region further escalation, which amplifies the gravity of these attacks and undermines diplomatic efforts aimed at preserving regional security and stability. It demands that Iran immediately and unconditionally cease these criminal attacks and holds it fully responsible for them, give their representation of a brazen aggression against the sovereignty of the state of Kuwait and a grave breach of international law, the United Nations Charter and Security Council Resolution 2817 of 2026. The ministry emphasized that, let me remove this. The ministry emphasized that the state of Kuwait reserves its full right to take all necessary measures to preserve its security and defend its lands and vital facilities against any aggression or threat pursuant to its inherent right to self-defense in accordance with Article 51 of United Nations Charter and rules of international law. तो ਸਿੱਧੇ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਉਹਦੀ ਨਿਖੇਧੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਬੜੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਲੈਵਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕਿ ਇਦਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਐਸਕੇਲੇਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਵਾਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵਧਾਈ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਬੜਾ ਕ੍ਰਿਮੀਨਲ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਇੱਕ ਕ੍ਰਿਮੀਨਲ ਇਰਾਨੀਅਨ ਅਟੈਕ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਹੋਇਆ ਔਰ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਪੂਰਾ ਅਖਤਿਆਰ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸੋਵਰਨਟੀ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਬਚਾਈਏ ਔਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਤੇ ਜਵਾਬ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਦਈਏ। ਸੋ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਫ਼ ਲਫ਼ਜ਼ਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕਹੀ ਹੈ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰੀ ਆਫ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਨੇ। ਇੱਧਰੋਂ ਸਾਊਦੀ ਅਰੇਬੀਆ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬਿਆਨ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਔਰ ਬੜੇ ਸਾਫ਼ ਲਫ਼ਜ਼ਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ The Ministry of Foreign Affairs expresses the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's strongest condemnation and denunciation of the hostile missile and drone attack on the brotherly state of Kuwait. The Kingdom emphasized its categorical rejection of any violation of the sovereignty of states and any attempt to threaten the security and stability of the region. The Kingdom expresses its solidarity with the government and people of the state of Kuwait and reiterates its full support for all measures taken by Kuwait to preserve its sovereignty, security and stability and to protect its brotherly people. ਇਹ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ 28 ਮਈ 2026 ਨੂੰ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰੀ ਆਫ ਫੋਰਨ ਅਫੇਅਰਸ ਆਫ ਦ ਕਿੰਗਡਮ ਆਫ ਸਾਊਦੀ ਅਰੇਬੀਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਸੋ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਹੱਕ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਆ ਗਏ। ਇਧਰੋਂ IRGC ਨੇ ਆ ਜਵਾਬ ਦਿੱਤਾ। IRGC ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਨਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਰਵਾਹ ਕਰਦੇ, ਉਨੀ ਦੇਰ ਪੀਸ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਏਗਾ, ਉਨੀ ਦੇਰ ਪੀਸ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਏਗਾ ਜਿੰਨੀ ਦੇਰ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਦਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਨੇਸਤਾ ਨਬੂਦ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦੇ। ਇਹ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਸੋ ਵੀ ਕਾਂਟ ਸੇ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਕੀ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਕੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਹੈ, ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇ ਸਕਦੇ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਦੇ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਬਣੇ ਹੋਏ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟ ਤੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਰ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਦੈਟ ਦੋਜ਼ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ। US ਦੀ ਸੈਂਟਰਲ ਕਮਾਂਡ ਆ ਰਸ਼ੀਆ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਦੱਸਿਆ, US ਦੀ ਸੈਂਟਰਲ ਕਮਾਂਡ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਫੁਟੇਜ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਖਾਈ ਗਈ, ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਫੁਟੇਜ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਰਾਨੀਅਨ 에ਅਰ ਡਿਫੈਂਸ ਨੇ ਇੰਟਰਸੈਪਟ ਕੀਤਾ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ US ਦੇ ਕੁਝ ਕਰੂਜ਼ ਮਿਜ਼ਾਈਲਸ ਨੇ। ਵਾਂਸ ਅਗੇਨ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਪੁਸ਼ਟੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਬੜੀ ਔਖੀ, ਪੁਸ਼ਟੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਔਖੀ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਦੈਟ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ ਐਜ਼ ਇਟ ਇਜ਼। ਅਸੀਂ ਫਿਲਟਰ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿਖਾਉਂਦੇ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਐਜ਼ ਇਟ ਇਜ਼ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦਿਖਾਉਣਾ। ਆ ਇੱਕ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਸਰਫੇਸ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ, you can see yourself, ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਿਸ਼ਾਨਾ ਬਣਾਇਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਔਰ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਈਰਾਨ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ IRGC ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਇੰਟਰਸੈਪਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਦੋ ਵਾਂਸ ਅਗੇਨ ਐਜ਼ ਆਈ ਸੈਡ, ਇਹ 'ਚ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਐਸੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਅਜੇ ਦੇਖੀਆਂ ਜਾਣੀਆਂ, ਸਮਝੀਆਂ ਜਾਣੀਆਂ ਅਜੇ ਬਾਕੀ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਹਾਂ ਭਾਈ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਗਲੋਬਲ ਟੈਂਸ਼ਨਸ ਵਧੀਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ, ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਮਾਹੌਲ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਬਣ ਰਿਹਾ। ਕੁਝ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਅਦਾਰੇ ਆ let me just show you something else. ਕੁਵੈਤੀ 에ਅਰ ਡਿਫੈਂਸ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਕੁਵੈਤੀ 에ਅਰ ਡਿਫੈਂਸ ਨੇ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਕੰਮ ਕੀਤਾ, let me share that with you. ਆ ਕੁਝ ਅਰਬੀ ਚੈਨਲ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਸ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਨੂੰ ਦਿਖਾ ਰਹੇ, ਕੁਝ ਅਰਬੀ ਚੈਨਲ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਸ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਨੂੰ ਦਿਖਾ ਰਹੇ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਨੇ ਇੰਟਰਸੈਪਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ ਸਾਰਾ ਮਾਮਲਾ। ਸੋ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੀ ਇੰਟਰਸੈਪਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਦਿਖਾ ਰਹੇ। ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ ਚੈਨਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟ ਦੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਵੱਖੋ ਵੱਖਰੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਖਬਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ। ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਵੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਇੱਕ ਅਦਾਰਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਜਿਹਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਐਕਸੀਓਸ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਕਾਫੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਆ ਐਕਸੀਓਸ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਕੋਲ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਆ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ US ਤੇ ਈਰਾਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਡੀਲ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਆ, ਟਰੰਪ ਦੀ ਫਾਈਨਲ ਅਪਰੂਵਲ ਰਹਿੰਦੀ ਹੈ। ਐਕਸੀਓਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਅਦਾਰਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ 14 ਮਿੰਟ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇਹ ਖਬਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲਗਾਈ ਗਈ ਹੈ, 14 ਮਿੰਟ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਖਬਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਲਗਾਈ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਐਕਸੀਓਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਅਦਾਰੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਦੈਟ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ। ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਆਉਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਇੰਟਰਸੈਪਟ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਮਿਜ਼ਾਈਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਦਿਖਾਈ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਖਬਰ ਬਹੁਤ ਤੇਜ਼ੀ ਨਾਲ ਹੁਣ ਬਦਲਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਗੋਇੰਗ ਔਨ ਡਿਫਰੈਂਟ ਸਾਈਡ। ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਖਬਰ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਨਾਲ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇੱਥੇ ਪੋਸਟ ਕਰਦਾ। Let me just post it. ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ? It's a big news. ਸੱਠ ਦਿਨ ਦਾ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਬ੍ਰੇਕਿੰਗ ਆਈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੁਣੇ ਸਿਰਫ ਔਰ ਸਿਰਫ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੀ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਵੇਟ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਐਂਡ ਆ ਹੁਣ ਦੀ ਵੱਡੀ ਖਬਰ ਹੈ, ਬਿਗ ਬ੍ਰੇਕਿੰਗ। ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਦੀ ਖਬਰ ਵੱਡੀ ਹੈ। So US and Iran, ਇੱਥੋਂ ਇਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। Let me show you. ਐਕਸੀਓਸ ਇੱਕ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਅਦਾਰਾ, ਐਕਸੀਓਸ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਦੀ ਪੁਸ਼ਟੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਅਧਿਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਦੱਸਤਾ ਕਿ ਯੂਐਸ ਤੇ ਈਰਾਨ ਪਰ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਜਦ ਤੱਕ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਕਲੀਅਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਉਨੀ ਦੇਰ ਇੱਕ ਬਿਆਨ ਹੀ ਸਮਝਿਆ ਜਾਏ। ਹਰ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਅਦਾਰਾ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਇਸੇ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਬਿਆਨ ਦੇ ਵਾਂਗੂ ਹੀ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਜਾਏ। ਇਟਸ ਅ ਬਿਗ ਨਿਊਜ਼, ਇਟਸ ਅ ਵੇ ਬਿਗ ਨਿਊਜ਼। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸ਼ੋਰ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ अपनी पोस्ट ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੁਣੇ ਖਬਰ ਆਈ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ 60 ਦਿਨ ਦਾ MOU ਹੈ, ਅਗਰੀਮੈਂਟ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਆਪਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਸੀਜ਼ ਫਾਇਰ ਦਾ। ਈਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਸਾਈਨ ਕਰਨ ਨੂੰ ਤਿਆਰ ਨੇ। ਐਕਸੀਓਸ ਦੀ ਖਬਰ ਦੇ ਮੁਤਾਬਕ ਹੈ, ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਸੋਰਸ ਹੈ ਐਕਸੀਓਸ, ਮੈਂ ਥੱਲੇ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ AXIOS, ਐਕਸੀਓਸ, ਦੈਟਸ ਵਾਟ ਦੇ ਆਰ ਕਲੇਮਿੰਗ। ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ MOU states shipping through Strait of Hormuz will be unrestricted. No tolls, no harassment, mines removed within 30 days. The US naval blockade lift proportionally as commercial shipping is restored. Iran commits not to pursue a nuclear weapon. First issues. I see ਗੱਲ ਪਾ ਦਿੱਤੀ, ਕਹਿ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਬਟ ਆਈ ਡੋਂਟ ਬਿਲੀਵ ਕਿ ਇਦਾਂ ਹੋਇਆ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ। ਐਕਸੀਓਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਗਿਆ ਕਿਹਾ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਗਿਆ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਗੱਲ ਕਿਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਹੈ, ਕਾਂਸੇ ਸੱਚਾਈ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੱਸੀ ਜਾ ਸਕਦੀ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹ ਖਬਰ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਘੁੰਮ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਖਬਰ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਘੁੰਮ ਰਹੀ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਪੋਸਟ ਇਟ ਓਵਰ ਹੇਅਰ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ। Give me only 1 minute. ਆ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਐਕਸੀਓਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ, ਐਕਸੀਓਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਆਊਟਲੈਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿ ਵਿਚ ਇਜ਼ ਪ੍ਰੀਟੀ ਕਲੋਜ਼, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਕਲੋਜ਼ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਬਾਕੀ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਅਦਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲੋਂ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਕਲੋਜ਼ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ। 1 second, this is good. ਇਹਨਾਂ ਕਿਹਾ US and Iran reach deal but need Trump's final approval. ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ। ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਹੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਉਹ ਚੋਂ ਲਈ ਹੈ, ਕੁਝ ਬੜਾ ਕਲੀਅਰਲੀ ਮੈਂਸ਼ਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਸੀਜ਼ ਫਾਇਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ 60 ਦਿਨ ਦਾ ਫਰੇਮਵਰਕ ਉਹਦਾ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਐਕਸਟੈਂਡ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਏ ਔਰ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੀ ਅਪਰੂਵਲ ਦੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰਤ। ਟਰੰਪ ਨੇ ਅਪਰੂਵਲ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਹੀ ਕਹਿਤਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇਣੀ, ਬਟ ਇਟਸ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਬੀ ਅ ਗੁੱਡ ਡੀਲ ਓਨਲੀ ਦੈਨ। ਉਧਰੋਂ ਮੰਨਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਕਿਊਬਾ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਵੀ ਹੋਰ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਵੀ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਕਾਫੀ ਵੱਡੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਇਟਸ ਬਿਗ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਐਕਸੀਓਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਇਹਨੂੰ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਹੋਰ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਦਾ ਮੈਂ ਡੀਕੋਡ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਚੈੱਕ ਜੇ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਰ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਆਉਂਦੀ। ਵੈਰੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਆ ਰਹੀ। ਮੈਂ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਇਲਾਵਾ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਹੋਰ ਬ੍ਰਾਕ ਰੇਵਿਡ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਮਰੀਕਨ ਕੁਝ ਲੀਨ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਇੱਕ ਕਿਸਮ ਦੀ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੀ ਜਿੱਤ ਹੋਏਗੀ ਜੇ ਟਰੰਪ ਮੰਨ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ। ਸ਼ਲੋਮ ਲਿਪਨਰ ਨਾਨ ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਸੀਨੀਅਰ ਫੈਲੋ ਨੇ ਐਟਲਾਂਟਿਕ ਕਾਉਂਸਲ ਦੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਇਸੇ ਗੱਲ ਦਾ ਹਵਾਲਾ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਐਕਸੀਓਸ ਦੇ ਬ੍ਰੈਕ ਰੇਵਿਡ ਇਜ਼ ਹੀ ਇਜ਼ ਅ ਜਰਨਲਿਸਟ ਫॉर ਐਕਸੀਓਸ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਟੋਰੀ ਕੱਢੀ ਹੈ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ, ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਪੋਸਟ ਇਟ। ਬ੍ਰੈਕ ਰੇਵਿਡ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ 2 ਆਫੀਸ਼ੀਅਲਸ ਨੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ। 2 ਆਫੀਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਬ੍ਰੈਕ ਰੇਵਿਡ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿ ਜਰਨਲਿਸਟ ਨੇ ਐਕਸੀਓਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਖਬਰ ਦਾ ਮੈਂ ਹਵਾਲਾ ਇੱਥੇ ਦੇ ਰਿਹਾ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਆ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਬ੍ਰੈਕ ਰੇਵਿਡ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ। The US and Iran have reached an agreement on a memorandum of understanding for a 60-day ceasefire extension and the launch of negotiations on Iran's nuclear program. But Trump has not yet given it his final approval. 2 senior US officials and a regional source involved in the mediation told me. And a regional source involved in the mediation. Who is the regional source? It's Pakistan. That's what, I mean, there's just only one mediator. Us region de vich. There is just only one mediator. So seems like Pakistan ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਲੀਕ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਗੱਲ। ਇਹ ਲੱਗ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਰੀਜਨਲ ਸੋਰਸ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੀਡੀਏਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈ, ਦੋਹੇ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਮੈਚ ਕਰਦੀਆਂ। ਦੋਹੇ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਚ ਕਰ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਹੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਆਸਕ ਬ੍ਰੈਕ ਰੇਵਿਡ। Uh, ਮਾਰਨਿੰਗ ਸ਼ੋ ਮੈਂ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਪਤਾ ਕਰੀਏ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਰੀਜਨਲ ਸੋਰਸ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਬਿਕਾਜ਼ ਆਈ ਦੈਟਸ ਵਾਟ ਆਈ ਫੀਲ ਕਿ ਮੀਡੀਏਸ਼ਨ ਦਾ ਰੀਜਨਲ ਸੋਰਸ ਦੇयर इज जस्ट ओनली वन ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਲੱਗ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੀਡੀਏਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਸੋ ਆ ਇੱਕ ਖਬਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬ੍ਰੈਕ ਡੇਵਿਡ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਬ੍ਰੈਕ ਰੇਵਿਡ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਮਾਫ ਕਰਨਾ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ 30 ਦਿਨ ਦਾ let me check ਜੇ ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟਰਨ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਤੇ ਕੁਝ ਲਿਖ ਰਿਹਾ ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟਰਨ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਤੋਂ ਅਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਕੋਈ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਈ ਉਹ ਈਰਾਨ ਦੀਆਂ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਹੀ ਲਗਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਨਸਾਈਡ ਹੈ ਉੱਥੇ ਇੱਕ ਮੈਮੋਰੀਅਲ ਸੈਰੇਮਨੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਕੁਝ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੀਡਰਸ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਮਾਰੇ ਗਏ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਔਰ ईरान इंटरनेशनल ਔਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਸਾਫ਼ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਜਿਹੜੇ IRGC ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਉਨੀ ਦੇਰ ਪੀਸ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਣਾ ਜਦ ਤੱਕ ਅਸੀਂ ਤਬਾਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਖਬਰ ਹੋਰ ਆ ਗਈ ਈਰਾਨ ਤੋਂ ਹੀ ਹੈ ਅੱਛਾ ਇੱਕ ਇਹਦੇ ਚ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਨੇ ਕਨਵੇ ਕੀਤਾ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਟੂ ਦ ਮੀਡੀਏਟਰਸ that he wants a few days to think about it before making a final decision ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਜ਼ੀਰ ਖਾਰਜਾ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਰੂਬੀਓ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਕੱਲ ਮਾਰਕੋ ਰੂਬੀਓ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਸੋ ਕੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਫਾਈਨਲ ਹੋ ਜਾਏਗਾ ਕੋਈ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਜਾਏਗੀ US ਦੇ ਸੈਂਟਕੌਮ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਰ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਆਈਆਂ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਸ਼ੋ ਯੂ। US ਦਾ ਸੈਂਟਕੌਮ ਕੀ ਕਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ। ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਦੀ ਵੱਡੀ ਖਬਰ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਡੀਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਲਗਭਗ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸਰਾਣੇ ਪਈ ਹੈ, ਕੇਵਲ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੀ ਅਪਰੂਵਲ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ। ਉਧਰੋਂ ਦੂਜੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਹਮਲੇ ਵੀ ਜਾਰੀ ਹੈ। ਆਈ ਐਮ ਸਰਪ੍ਰਾਈਜ਼ਡ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅਮਰੀਕਨ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਕਦਮ ਸਾਰੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਸੂਏ ਕਰ ਦਿੰਦਾ, ਲੈ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਪਰਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ। ਕਿੰਨਾ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰਭਾਵ ਹੈ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਕਿ ਉਧਰ ਹਮਲੇ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਹਟੇ ਹਜੇ ਕੱਲ ਰਾਤੀ, ਔਰ ਇਹ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਕਿ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਵੱਟ ਤੇ ਪਿਆ। US ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਅਫੀਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਕੁਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਇਆ, ਖਬਰਾਂ ਲੀਕ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਕਰਾਈਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਵਟਐਵਰ ਜੋ ਵੀ ਹੈ, ਦੈਟਸ ਇਨ ਫਰੰਟ ਆਫ ਯੂ। ਹਜੇ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਹਜੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਨੇ ਇਸ ਖਬਰ ਦਾ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ, ਭਾਈ ਇਹ ਡੀਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਅਜੇ ਨਵਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੁਛ ਆਇਆ। ਇੱਥੇ ਕੀ ਸਟੋਰੀ ਆ ਕੇ ਖੜ ਗਈ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਅਪਰੂਵਲ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਦੋਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ, ਦੋਹੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਤਿਆਰ ਨੇ ਫਾਈਨਲ ਅਪਰੂਵਲ ਵਾਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਨੇ। ਪਰ ਇਹ ਫਾਈਨਲ ਅਪਰੂਵਲ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਤੇ ਸ਼ੱਕ ਕਿਉਂ ਹੈ ਫਾਈਨਲ ਅਪਰੂਵਲ ਤੇ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਹ 'ਚ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਲੈਬਨਾਨ ਤੇ ਹਮਲਾ ਉਹਦਾ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਈਰਾਨ ਇਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਸਾਰੀ ਜੰਗ ਖਤਮ ਕਰਨੀ ਪੈਣੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਵਾਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਦੀ। ਔਰ ਦੂਜੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਸਵੇਰੇ IRGC ਦਾ ਬਿਆਨ ਪੜਾਇਆ, ਜਿਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਫ਼ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਉਨੀ ਦੇਰ ਸ਼ਾਂਤੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਣੀ ਜਦ ਤੱਕ ਅਸੀਂ ਡਿਸਟਰੋਏ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ। तो चीज़ां कंट्राडिक्ट कर रही हैं एक दूसरे ਨਾਲ, चीज़ां एक दूसरे ਨਾਲ कंट्राडिक्ट कर रही हैं। दैट इज द बिगेस्ट थिंग। एक दूसरे ਨੂੰ कंट्राडिक्ट कर रही हैं चीज़ां। दैट्स व्हाट आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड राइट नाउ। फिलहाल ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਉਹ 'ਚ ਲੱਗ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਕੰਟਰਾਡਿਕਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਜਾਪਦੀ ਹੈ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਹ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਅਦਾਰੇ ਲਿਖ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਕਲੋਜ਼ ਨੇ ਵਾਈਟ ਹਾਊਸ ਦੇ, ਪੈਂਟਾਗਨ ਦੇ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਇਰਾਨੀ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਕੁਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਲਿਖ ਰਿਹਾ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜੇ ਮੈਂ ਲੈਟਸ ਸੇ ਜੇ ਮੈਂ ਚੈੱਕ ਕਰਦਾ CNN ਨੂੰ ਜਾਂ ਫੌਕਸ ਨੂੰ, ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਖਬਰ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਵੱਡੀ ਆਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈ ਆ। ਕੱਲ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਫੇਵਰੇਬਲ ਡੀਲ ਅਸੀਂ ਦੇਖਾਂਗੇ, ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਚੰਗਾ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਡੀਲ ਹੀ ਨਾ ਕਰੀਏ। ਫਿਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਅਬਰਾਹਮ ਅਕੋਰਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੇ ਸ਼ਾਮਿਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਤਾਂ ਵੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ, ਕਿ ਜੇ ਅਬਰਾਹਮ ਅਕੋਰਡ 'ਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਤਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਛੱਡ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਰਹਿਣ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਅੱਛਾ, CNN ਇਹ ਕਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਨਵੀਂ ਸੈਟੇਲਾਈਟ ਇਮੇਜਰੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਲਈ ਹੈ ਉਹ 'ਚ ਦਿਖ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਈਰਾਨ ਇਜ਼ ਰੀਗੇਨਿੰਗ ਐਕਸੈਸ ਟੂ ਵਾਸਟ ਕੁਆਂਟੀਟੀਜ਼ ਆਫ ਮਿਜ਼ਾਈਲਸ ਸਟੋਰਡ ਇਨ ਅੰਡਰਗਰਾਊਂਡ ਫੈਸਿਲਿਟੀਜ਼। ਇਹ CNN ਦਾ ਦਾਅਵਾ ਹੈ, CNN ਇਹ ਦਾਅਵਾ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ। ਐਕਸੀਐਸ ਇਹ ਕਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਡੀਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਕੰਢੇ ਦੇ ਖੜੇ। ਅੱਛਾ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਚੀਜ਼ ਸਮਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਕਹਿ ਤਾਂ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ 60 ਦਿਨ ਦਾ MOU ਔਰ ਇਹ ਉਹ ਅਬਰੈਕ ਰੇਵਿਡ ਨੇ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ, ਸੀਜ਼ ਫਾਇਰ ਤਾਂ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ, ਮਤਲਬ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਐਕਸਟੈਂਡ ਕਰੀ ਜਾਓ, 60 ਦਿਨ ਲਿਖਣ ਦੀ ਕੀ ਲੋੜ ਹੈ। ਫੌਕਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਖਬਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਲਗਾਈ, ਹਲੇ ਐਕਸੀਓਸ ਦੀਆਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਐਸੀਆਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਲੱਗੀਆਂ, ਬ੍ਰੇਕ ਹੋਈਆਂ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਬ੍ਰੇਕ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਖਬਰਾਂ, ਬ੍ਰੈਕ ਰੇਵਿਡ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਕੁਝ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਅਦਾਰੇ ਆ, ਵਾਸ਼ਿੰਗਟਨ ਪੋਸਟ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਨਿਊਯਾਰਕ ਟਾਈਮਜ਼ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਫੌਕਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੋਈ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਈ ਹੈ। ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਵਾਈਸ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ JD ਵੈਂਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਯੂਨਾਈਟਿਡ ਸਟੇਟਸ ਦੀ 에ਅਰ ਫੋਰਸ ਅਕੈਡਮੀ 'ਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਐਡਰੈਸ ਦੇਣਾ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ 'ਚ, ਕੋਲੋਰਾਡੋ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਉੱਥੇ ਜੇਕਰ ਸਵਾਲਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਵਾਬ ਲਏ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ, ਜੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਵਾਲਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਵਾਬ ਲਏ ਤਾਂ ਡੈਫੀਨੇਟਲੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕੁਛ ਨਾ ਕੁਛ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੀ ਹੋਈ ਉਹ ਆ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ। So I'll keep that thing in mind as well. ਜੇ US ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਵਾਈਸ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਵਾਲਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋ ਆਉਂਦਾ। ਅੱਛਾ, ਪਰ ਕੱਲ US ਦੇ ਅੱਜ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ, ਅੱਜ US ਦੇ ਫਾਰਮਰ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਐਡਵਾਈਜ਼ਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈ ਉਹ CANSEC ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਏ ਹੋਏ ਸੀ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਐਨੂਅਲ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਡਿਫੈਂਸ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਟ੍ਰੇਡ ਸ਼ੋ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ। ਇਹ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਐਸੋਸੀਏਸ਼ਨ ਆਫ ਡਿਫੈਂਸ ਐਂਡ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਆਯੋਜਿਤ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਚੈੱਕ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ। ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਨੇ ਨਾ, ਇਹ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਦੇਖੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਜਾਂ ਸਮਝੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਜੇਕ ਸੁਲੀਵਾਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਐਡਵਾਈਜ਼ਰ ਹੈ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਐਡਰੈਸ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਸਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਖਲਕਤ ਸੀ CANSEC ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਕੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਆ ਰੌਲਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਥੋੜਾ ਪੜਾ ਹਟ ਕੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਵਾਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਦੁਆਰਾ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਆ ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਚੈੱਕ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਜੈਕ ਸੁਲਿਵਾਨ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਜ਼ੈਲੈਂਸਕੀ ਵਾਲੀ ਸਵੀਡਨ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ ਬੜੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਹੈ ਅੱਜ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਫਾਰਮਰ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਐਡਵਾਈਜ਼ਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜੋ ਬਾਈਡਨ ਦੇ ਟਾਈਮ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਸੀ ਜੈਕ ਸੁਲਿਵਾਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੈਂਸਕਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਸੁਣਦੇ ਹਾਂ
And his messages, for the first time in our history, having a prime minister here is testimony to that. So congratulations, Kristen and team. Now, ladies and gentlemen, at RTX, our mission is clear: to connect and protect our world. For nearly a century, RTX has contributed to Canada's global leadership in advancing aerospace and defense solutions, both here at home and alongside our allies all around the world. Today, we employ over 9,000 Canadians, and we work with over 2,500 Canadian suppliers and collaborators. Through combined strength of Collins Aerospace, Pratt & Whitney, and Raytheon, RTX in Canada delivers advanced capabilities in propulsion, avionics, sensors and effectors, command and control, all supporting commercial, civil, and military operations across every domain. Now,
ਇਹ ਜੈਕ ਸੁਲਿਵਾਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਜੈਕ ਸੁਲਿਵਾਨ ਜਿੱਥੋਂ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਆ ਮੈਂ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਦਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਉਹ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਏ
me and extending a very warm welcome to Mr. Jake Sullivan.
The music है copyright मार बहुत बुरा so I have to decrease the volume.
Good morning, everyone. It's a real honor for me to be here at the largest ever CANSEC, and I want to thank CANSEC for bringing us together. And I especially want to thank the innovators, industry leaders, and public servants filling the hall today. CANSEC goes far beyond your traditional exhibition. It is a practical, execution-focused engine room of continental security. And for me personally, it's a privilege to be back here in Ottawa, particularly at this critical and in some ways difficult juncture. It's no secret that the relationship between the United States and Canada has been under stress of late. I'm from Minnesota, so we speak in understatement. We're operating in an environment marked by genuine bilateral friction. There are questions of policy over tariffs, trade flows, supply chains, defense expenditure metrics, procurement timelines. And there are questions of dignity in the face of bullying and coercion and, yes, insults. Meanwhile, the international order is under great stress as well. Prime Minister Carney's remarkable speech at Davos described this as a moment of rupture. He declared that the post-Cold War rules-based international system is broken. He called on middle powers like Canada to work together against great power coercion, to reduce their strategic dependence on the United States, and to forge new strategic alliances and partnerships. It was a quite remarkable speech, a historic speech delivered with remarkable clarity and conviction. No surprise from a man that I've greatly admired for a long time. Now, I agree with the Prime Minister on his core premise that we have indeed reached the end of the post-Cold War era. A new era is starting to come into view. But the final shape of this new era is still highly contested, fluid, and unwritten. I further agree with the Prime Minister that every major nation, including Canada, should be thinking in terms of reducing dependencies and increasing resilience in light of all of the fast-moving events in the world and in light of the natural capacities Canada has, both to develop more indigenously and to connect to a larger range of partners around the world. But I do not believe that this global shift, that these changes in the international system, that the current challenges in the bilateral relationship should mark a permanent rupture in the essential partnership between the United States and Canada. And I do not believe that Canada should somehow equate the United States and China over the long term. An enduring, deep, and sustained relationship between our two countries simply cannot become a relic of a bygone system. Yes, we have hit profound difficulties, whether that takes the form of tariffs or offensive political rhetoric. Yes, our relationship will change. That's natural. That makes sense. Just as the world will look different in the future, I think it's right to say our relationship will look different in the future. But I don't believe that we should be destined for a dimmer relationship, a weaker relationship, that we have to build one, that we have to enjoy one that is to the mutual benefit of both of our nations. I don't think that the more negative outcome is inevitable, and I think it would leave us both worse off. Because the United States and Canada, living side by side with one another, benefiting from one another economically, socially, in terms of national security, this has been and can be a fantastic dividend for our peoples. We have to find a new way, in new forms, with new modes to move forward. Now, I'm not trying to whistle past the graveyard on challenges and difficulties, but I take the long-term view here about what is fundamentally in the interest of Canada and the United States. I believe that we are bound by what I would call a triple destiny. We're bound by geography, we're bound by our democracies, and we're bound by the technology and the technological future that we build together. This is a framework that anchors the US-Canada partnership, and one that can and should extend outward to a network of democratic partners from Europe to the Indo-Pacific. Let me start with the immutable reality. Geography is destiny. Our shared continental perimeter demands our close and enduring security cooperation. Let's just look north. The Arctic is no longer a frozen, impenetrable shield that insulates North America from global threats. The ice is thinning, shipping lanes are opening, our adversaries are moving with speed. We're witnessing an unprecedented expansion of Russian military infrastructure across the high north, coupled with explicit, well-funded Chinese ambitions to project power into the region. The Arctic has transformed from a geographic barrier into an active theater of strategic and economic competition. Look also at the rapid developments in cheap, abundant, long-range drones and the corresponding proliferation of missile technology, and look at those trend lines over time. If a hypersonic cruise missile or an advanced long-range drone tracks towards North American airspace, it threatens us collectively. And that's why the modernization of NORAD is an existential requirement for continental security. With all the steps that Canada is taking that General Menard just laid out so well, when Canada moves forward to overhaul over-the-horizon radar capabilities, upgrade maritime patrol fleets, deploy next-generation fighter capabilities, it's executing a core act of sovereign self-defense that also helps secure all of North America. I would also submit that our continental geography is inextricably linked to the maritime and territorial security of our democratic allies globally. The defense of our flanks is structurally connected to the defense of the Euro-Atlantic through NATO and the preservation of a free and open Indo-Pacific alongside partners like Japan, Korea, and Australia. Furthermore, geography applies to our shared need for supply chain resilience and industrial strength as well, something I will come to later in my remarks. The geographic integration of the US and Canadian industrial footprints has made our shared border the most critical industrial artery on Earth. And we have the chance in the future to turn this continental core into an anchor for a broader strategy among industrialized democracies. Not just how we think about North American integration, but a vision of a deeper trade and a deeper trade, industrial, and innovation ecosystem with allies in Europe and Asia. This leads to our second reality. Democracy is destiny. Let's be candid. Our democracies are loud, they're messy, they're frequently unpredictable. We experience elections that shift national policy directions. We have boisterous legislative debates, independent courts, a highly inquisitive free press, populations that openly voice their opinions. Our adversaries and competitors look at this chaotic process and they can convince themselves that they're witnessing a form of structural weakness. Dictators and authoritarians look at the political polarization in Washington or the federal provincial debates in Ottawa, and they conclude that open societies lack the stamina, the cohesion, and the long-term will to compete. They're just wrong. That messiness gives us a resilience, an adaptability, and an underlying common purpose. The institutional, legal, and human tissue that connects the United States and Canada, and that connects us to a broader democratic world, runs deep. It's woven into the shared DNA of our peoples, a baseline.
This is the fake ad you see everywhere, right? But this is Ebony, a real game. Now I know what you're thinking. Aren't they exactly the same? No, because Ebony is the real number gate runner.
Table because the United States has shown its capacity and willingness in this administration to weaponize interdependence against Canada. I get that too. And that points to the kind of diversification you're pursuing. The way in which Canada has chosen to try to deepen its economic ties, its innovation ties, indeed its defense ties with Europe, with India, with other democratic nations around the world. That is totally logical. It makes sense to build up a web of partnerships like that. When I was National Security Advisor, I conceived of the notion of resilience, of democratic resilience, and of building the necessary scale among our allies, not just about how the United States related bilaterally to a number of other countries, but how we built a collective lattice work of partnerships. So we tried hard to connect the Euro-Atlantic to the Indo-Pacific. We worked to connect allies like Japan and Korea, not just deeper to us, but to one another. And I think Canada taking the view that it is going to build its links out with every other major democratic ally and partner in the world, this is a positive thing and can be connected over the long term to a deeper, healthier, more balanced relationship between the US and Canada as well. Now, one thing I do think we have to be extremely cautious about is seeing China, seeing Beijing as inherently a more predictable or stable partner than the US and getting drawn into deeper dependencies with China or letting our guard down to the kinds of predatory practices that frankly can simply swamp or overwhelm or hollow out domestic industry. And we're seeing this trajectory with the overcapacity of Chinese manufacturing in multiple sectors threaten the core industrial bases of many countries around the world, not just here in North America. On this notion of predictability, first of all, predictability can be a plus. It can also be a challenge. One of the things that is entirely predictable about China is that if an independent nation does something that Beijing takes offense to, it will react in ways that are deeply coercive, weaponizing supply chains, or attempting to penalize sovereign choices, or even simply arresting another country's citizens on trumped up charges. Canada itself has experienced this firsthand. But more fundamentally, my proposition today, when I say that democracy is destiny, is that you can't substitute the more temporary transactional predictability of an authoritarian regime for the deeper, in my view, over the long run, more foundational reliability of a fellow democracy. True resilience can only be built within a global network of partners who operate under the same principles, respect the same contracts, cherish the same freedoms. And so whatever the political moment we're traversing, I retain a baseline confidence that our shared democratic destiny remains a long-term advantage. So this brings me to the third pillar, and frankly, a major focus of this gathering: the destiny of technology and the technology future we can and must build. We are living through a profound moment of technological transformation in artificial intelligence, quantum computing, autonomous systems, and synthetic biology. Who leads in these technologies matters, both because leadership confers economic and strategic benefits, and because it provides the opportunity to shape the standards and rules of the road that govern them. The technologies of the future, in my view, have to be engineered to reflect our deepest democratic values. And we need these tools to do what free societies have always done at the frontiers of discovery: solve big, hard existential problems of our time. Yet maximizing that immense potential requires an unyielding commitment to responsible development of these technologies. As we push the boundaries of what these systems can do, we have to be intentional about constructing robust, clear guardrails to manage against systemic risk, safety failures, or deliberate misuse. True technological leadership is not a reckless race to deploy at all costs. It's the strategic discipline to innovate safely, transparently, and accountably. This is especially true at the intersection of advanced technology and our military and intelligence enterprises. AI-enabled systems already play a growing role in logistics optimization, intelligence analysis, cyber vulnerability detection, and targeting. Over time, these capabilities are going to increasingly shape how militaries train, plan, and fight. Our competitors and adversaries are already integrating AI capabilities precisely to bypass traditional Western military advantages. We therefore have to up our game in deploying AI across our national security enterprises. And that requires not just technical investment, but organizational change, cultural change, including new acquisition pathways and new norms for human-machine teaming. And the challenge here is even more acute because rivals are unlikely to be bound by the same principles and guardrails. Our policy frameworks have to stimulate rapid and responsible adoption of AI by our national security communities, incorporating risk management commitments to ensure effective human oversight and alignment with core values. I've made the argument in my country that this adaptation cannot, for us, rest on US capabilities alone. It has to be built on a network defense, the integration of advanced technology across allied militaries in ways that multiply rather than merely aggregate power. Now, when we look at the future of bilateral defense trade, we have to acknowledge that traditional procurement models are just too slow for software-defined warfare. We've historically treated software like hardware, trying to purchase advanced digital capabilities through bureaucratic processes that were designed for buying trucks or boots. But as the war in Ukraine is making clear every single day, the advantage in modern conflict goes to the side that can update its code, deploy its algorithms, and adapt its sensor networks in hours, not years. Canada has been taking remarkable steps just in the last year to modernize and accelerate its defense investments with the Defense Industrial Strategy, with the 2% pledge, with the stand-up of a new agency, and so much more. And the work you are doing to intentionally build out, grow, and energize your domestic defense industry. It presents a huge opportunity for things we can all do together to increase efficiency and interoperability, including syncing our R&D priorities and systematically dismantling the regulatory roadblocks like restrictive export control interpretations that prevent a dual-use technology developed by an innovator in Canada from being rapidly scaled and deployed into a joint allied defense program. In this sense, taking down these barriers is a fundamental matter of national security. I want to just close my remarks by spending a moment talking about something that General Menard mentioned in his opening comments, the link between defense investment and overall economic, industrial, and innovation strength for a country. And this really comes home in a dramatic way with something that people like Sam D'Amico and Noah Smith have called the electric tech stack. When we talk about this stack, we're looking at 4 core components that are horizontally integrated across multiple different sectors: drones, electric vehicles, robotics, across defense and commercial applications. And these 4 components are batteries, permanent magnet electric motors, semiconductors, and power electronics. For too long, Western policymakers have treated electrification almost entirely as a climate or green energy issue. This is not the way we need to think about it. As Noah Smith has framed it, the electric tech stack is an issue of national and military power and fundamental industrial capacity. We see this in the way that drones have become key to hard power, small, attritable systems rewriting the rules of tactical engagement and ultimately reshaping the strategic landscape. If nations cannot manufacture the electric tech stack securely and at scale, their defense architecture is structurally compromised. But here's the second, more hopeful truth. If a nation can master the electric tech stack, it suddenly possesses the baseline capability to manufacture an increasingly large percentage of everything in the modern economy. So building a resilient tech stack has to be an objective, and it is an objective that neither the US or Canada can achieve in isolation, nor entirely within our own continent. The industrial math requires a global network of trusted partners. So by deliberately aligning national industrial strategies together, we can construct the core continental spine of this stack, but simultaneously connect this spine to our allies globally. And true supply chain resilience means scaling this model. It means ensuring that from the mine to the microchip, the entire energy backbone of our security architecture is diversified across a global coalition of trusted nations. So confronting all of the challenges before us should remind us, when I talk about these 3 destinies, this triple destiny, that destiny is not a script that has already been written for us, where you simply sit back and watch it unfold. The triple destiny I've described this morning, the destiny of our geography, our democracy, our technology, it has to be an active choice. And it's a responsibility that demands courage, focus, and a willingness to break through short-term challenges to see and seize the big picture long-term. We face a real test right now. There are those who say, never let a crisis go to waste. Can we use the current moment to move away from a relaxed partnership based on easy assumptions toward a deeply integrated alliance that looks to the future in new and different ways, integrated and diversified with multiple different democratic allies and partners around the world, based on shared values and interests in a highly contested world? That is the question. And I believe the answer to that question is yes, we are tied by the very earth beneath our feet. We are anchored by the values that define our democracies, and we can and should win the future together through the technology we create. So let us choose that destiny. Let us embrace that responsibility, and let's get to work. Thank you very much for listening to me today.
So एक I-24 न्यूज़ है. Let me just take you back to the ਜਿਹੜਾ ईरान वाला रेड का या फंसा होया. I-24 न्यूज़ है. ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਹੁਣ. I mean ਕਿੱਡਾ ਵੱਡਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਕਲਾਊਨ ਸ਼ੋ ਬਣਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ. ਜੈਰੂਸਲਮ ਪੋਸਟ ਦੇ ਆ. ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ a source familiar with the details told Jerusalem Post. Let me show it over here. ਹੁਣ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਹੀ ਦਿਖਾ ਦਿੰਦਾ. ਅਬਰੈਕ ਰੇਵਿਡ ਨੇ ਪਾਈ ਸੀ ਆ ਖਬਰ ਭਾਈ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਲਗਭਗ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ. ਟਰੰਪ ਦੀ ਵੇਟ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ. ਆ ਜੈਰੂਸਲਮ ਪੋਸਟ ਦੇ ਹਵਾਲੇ ਤੋਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸੋਰਸ familiar with the details told Jerusalem Post Mojtaba Khamenei did not approve the agreement yet, and this is the one of the reason Trump did not say yes. ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਮੋਜਤਬਾ ਖਮਨਾਈ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਅਜੇ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਯੈਸ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤੀ. ਹੁਣ ਕਿਹਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਸੱਚ ਮੰਨੀਏ ਕਿਹਦੀ ਝੂਠ ਮੰਨੀਏ, ਬੜੀ ਅਜੀਬੋ ਗਰੀਬ ਜਿਹੀ ਸਥਿਤੀ ਬਣੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ. ਅੱਜ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਉਹ ਗਏ ਹੋਏ ਆ ਨਿਊਯਾਰਕ. ਉੱਥੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਕਨੋਮਿਕ ਕਲੱਬ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਨਿਊਯਾਰਕ ਦਾ, ਉੱਥੇ ਇੱਕ ਰਿਮਾਰਕਸ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਜਾਣੇ ਆ, ਕੁਝ ਰਿਮਾਰਕਸ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਜਾਣੇ ਆ. ਸੋ ਆਪਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਸੁਣਾਂਗੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਜਾਣਗੇ, ਔਰ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਸਮੇਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਉਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਆ ਜਾਣੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਣੀ ਹੈ. ਔਰ ਇੱਧਰੋਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਤੋਂ ਖਬਰ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੀ 에ਅਰਫੋਰਸ ਅਕੈਡਮੀ ਤੋਂ, ਜਿੱਥੇ JD ਵੈਂਸ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਗਏ, ਆਪਾਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਔਰ ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਸੁਣਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਲਾਈਵ. JD ਵੈਂਸ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਪਹੁੰਚੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ, we can listen to that. ਮੈਂ ਲਾਈਵ ਜਿਹੜਾ JD ਵੈਂਸ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਦੀ 에ਅਰਫੋਰਸ ਅਕੈਡਮੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗਏ ਹੋਏ ਆ, ਉੱਥੋਂ ਹੀ ਲਾਈਵ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ. Just 1 second. ਇੱਥੋਂ ਸਾਫ ਸਿੱਧੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ, ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਉੱਥੇ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾਣਾ. ਮੈਂ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਪੇਜ ਤੋਂ ਸਿੱਧਾ ਦਿਖਾਵਾਂ, ਬਟ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਸਮੱਸਿਆ ਆ ਰਹੀ. ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਪੋਸਟ ਇਟ ਫਰਮ ਦਿਸ ਸੋਰਸ.
4 years and this year. Against our military service academies and intercollegiate sports, you dominated with an overall record of 54 wins, 45 losses, and 3 ties. When you add in our competitive club teams, this year alone, USAFA was 20-9 against West Point and 14-9 against Navy, reminding West Point and Annapolis that the Air Force Academy remains far, far above. As leaders of character and quality, you chose Master Sergeant John Chapman as your class exemplar. For those of you unfamiliar, each class as our academy selects an exemplar whose qualities they hope to emulate. Every time someone says the class year, 2026, they shout the nickname of their exemplar. Master Sergeant Chapman, notably, is the first enlisted service member to be selected as an exemplar. He was a Special Tactics Combat Controller, and in 2002, then Technical Sergeant Chapman charged into an Al-Qaeda bunker in the snowy Afghan mountains, saving the lives of an entire...
Let me just check. There's another source जिथों ये information आ रही है. ये मैं उस source ਤੋਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ कुछ information दे सकां. थोड़ा जिहा बेहतर है quality wise.
Like your exemplar, you made hard calls and faced adversity knowing that leaders do the right thing the right way, even if it's unpopular. As servant leaders, our airmen and our guardians deserve this, our missions require this, and our nation demands nothing else. Finally, as critical thinkers to adapt, you learn to develop innovative solutions to complex problems while operating with limited information. You prepared for modern and future warfare in the air, space, and cyber domains, ensuring we maintain our advantage for the joint force. You challenged the status quo, building teams to tackle problems from multiple perspectives. Our future success demands on your continued critical thought. And if your success leading the cadet wing this year is any indication, I know that our nation's future is in great hands. When given the challenge to lead reinvigorated military training, you ran with that charge and ensured your squadrons were ready for the most extensive and challenging warfighting culminating exercise in Air Force Academy history. When some said we focused too much on joint warfighter training at the expense of other training, you were the instructor pilots that delivered 100% soaring syllabus completion. And more than 35% more of you secured pilot slots than last year's class, proving that you were ready to fly, fight, and win. When some question our academic rigor, our progressive use of artificial intelligence, you led the cadet wing to the highest GPA in 20 years and the lowest academic probation level in 5 years. And you secured our academy, the only service academy I might note, on Forbes' top 10 public schools for innovation and integration of artificial intelligence. When fitness standards were set higher and some thought more would fail, you led the cadet wing to the highest physical fitness scores that this academy has seen in over 10 years. And finally, all of your successes are inspiring the next generation of classes, and we're proud to report that we've seen over an 11% increase in applications for the incoming class of 2030 due to your hard work. Class of 2026, your day one has arrived. You are ready. And I will leave you with these last thoughts. The weapons school mantra comes to my mind. Be humble, be approachable, be credible. Be humble. Your class has incredible talents. And as leaders, remember that you are entering a force that has decades of experience. Take the time to listen and learn from your team's years of being in the fight. Be approachable. Build teams and lift them up where every single member is seen, heard, and valued. When you execute this successfully and you hold the standards high, your team will outperform your mission and your expectations. And be credible. Always be a master of your craft. Be the go-to expert wherever you go. And always be ready when the nation calls. Be credible for yourself, be credible for your team, and be credible for your adversaries. Because they are watching, and I know they do not want to challenge you. Class of 2026, you brought it strong. You sprinted to the finish line, and I am exceptionally proud of each and every one of you. I can personally attest that you are the warrior leaders that our nation deserves. Congratulations and fights on. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome the 27th Secretary of our Air Force, the Honorable Troy Mink, to the podium. Thank you very much.
The sun's trying. It's trying to burn through. I see blue, looking good. Good morning, class of 2026. Love that enthusiasm. Let me just start by saying how excited I am to be back at the United States Air Force Academy. Last year, one of my first official acts as secretary was given the graduation speech to the class of 2025. Oof, oof, class of 2025. Very good. I'm excited to find out who has the most enthusiasm, but I think we already figured that one out. Mr. Vice President, thank you very much for being here today, and thank you for the support to the department, which has just been fantastic. Mr. Saltzman, or General Saltzman, Salty, Jennifer, thank you very much for being here. My wife, Jean, oof, I almost forgot about that. That wouldn't have went home. That wouldn't have went well at all. Cruiser, Jennifer, thank you very much. Or Cindy, thank you for being here today. And then, of course, Tony and Tricia, thank you very much. Not only for being here today, but really thanks for your 20 plus or 30 plus years of service to the Air Force and to the Academy. And congratulations on your retirement going forward. And thanks to all the other distinguished visitors, the mentors, the friends, and the guests attending today, as well as the planners who made today possible. To the families of our graduates, thank you for raising the generation of incredible men and women and then entrusting them to us. You have probably heard some stories from the sons and daughters over the last 4 years that made you wonder about this place. But trust me, it was worth it. Throughout your time here in Colorado, you have continued to support through GRs, COLEXs, and more. So thank you. Thank you as well to the sponsor families, the Home Away from Homes for the graduating class. Thank you for opening your doors and giving our cadets a safe place to relax without any upperclassmen around. The class of 2026 is here today in no part because of you, so thank you. And to our world-class faculty and staff, you have spent the last 4 years forging citizens, cadets, and then into leaders of character. Professors in Fairchild Hall, AOCs, AMGs, coaches down on the fields of friendly strife. Thank you for the skills and character you have given our rising generation of leaders. And finally, to the class of 2026, congratulations. and it is an honor to speak to you today. In the past year as a SECAF, I feel like I've had the full USAFA experience with my multiple visits out here, give or take a few tours. I've seen the 8-horse in action, eaten at Mitch's, flown your aerobatic gliders, which was really fun, and even shot at the Cadam range. I actually think I would have won the little competition we had there, but I think I was beat on a bit of a technicality. Technically, the entire team was just a lot better than I was. I've heard all the stories about the class of 2026. The good and the bad. CS34 lived up to their name. So who brought live hogs onto the T-zone? Come on, see the hands. And then accidentally let one loose? Accidentally let one loose? So who painted the strips red right before a snowstorm? So he didn't raise his hand, but there's a lot of people pointing at him. So you know where this is going, right? Tony, please issue demerits for everyone here who raised their hands. And by the way, a few of your classmates shared these stories with my staff last week. Word of advice to soon-to-be lieutenants: don't overshare with your boss's staff. They do not keep secrets very well. I found it humorous, though. But seriously, it is such an honor to be here today to congratulate you. In addition to congratulations, let me be the first to say welcome. Welcome to the world's greatest Air Force and Space Force. You are joining in one of the most dynamic and challenging threat environments since World War II. Disruptive technology like small unmanned aircraft, proliferated satellites, constellations, adaptive manufacturing, and artificial intelligence are rapidly changing the character of war. And our adversaries are leaning aggressively into that opportunity across the board. They are innovating quickly, and they are seeking to challenge American dominance across every warfighting domain. That includes air and space. Like it or not, whether you feel ready or not, your career will be marked by rapid change. We are modernizing nearly every mission area in our department. Our Space Force is growing rapidly and is slated to double in the years ahead. The Air Force is fielding brand new platforms from trainers like the T-7 to the Sentinel ICBM program. The B-21 is going to redefine stealthy long-range strike, and CCAs and the F-47 will revolutionize air-to-air combat. We are boosting production of spacecraft, aircraft, and munitions to levels we haven't seen in decades. It will be up to you, young men and women with fresh ideas and unmatched technical education. You will be expected to navigate through this changing world. If I had only one message to all 931 of you here today, it would be this: you are ready. There is a reason you have all earned Bachelors of Science. It prepared you to operate some of the most complex systems the world has ever known. There is a reason you have all practiced sports, tackled the assault courses, and carefully studied leadership. It trained you to lead teams through setbacks, challenges, defeats, and ultimately to win. There is a reason you have studied and emulated your exemplar Master Sergeant John Chapman. It equipped you with a character that our force expects and deserves from its leaders. You are here because you have overcome every obstacle we could throw at you, whether at Jack's Valley or in the classroom. You've earned your place as the next generation of leaders and innovators, maintaining dominance in a rapidly changing world. You are ready. This is your moment to execute, your moment to deliver, your time to lead the United States Air Force and Space Force. Now, it is my honor and distinct pleasure to introduce today's commencement speaker, a true warrior scholar. He's a best-selling author and graduate of Yale University, and more importantly, the Ohio State University. He also spent 4 years in the United States Marine Corps, or United States Marine Corps, which this audience knows is one of the top 3 branches of our military. He is the first Marine to serve as our Vice President. Ladies and gentlemen, class of 2026, please welcome the 50th Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Guys, please. Thank you. Well, first, thank you to Secretary Mink for the kind introduction. And let me just say, it's real brave of the Secretary to take pot shots at the Marines while surrounded by this level of air support. I put in my remarks this morning how wonderful it is to be here on this beautiful morning in Colorado Springs. And that's a note to the Vice President and the Vice President's speechwriters to check the weather before you make a big speech. That's my first piece of advice. In all seriousness, I am particularly gratified to be honored today by this welcome and this kindness. Some of the people who make it possible for me to do my job, to make it possible for me to be Vice President of the United States, are proud airmen and guardians. The people who run Dover Air Force Base, the people who pilot and crew Air Force Two, the staff at my house, the person who delivered me my daily intelligence briefing, they are proud to be airmen or proud to be guardians, and I'm proud to be here with you today. Without fail, they are skilled and brilliant and professional and kind. The very best of us, just like you. And today we celebrate not just you, not just the completed journey, but importantly, we celebrate something far more important. That today you become commissioned officers and leaders of the great patriots that I interact with every single day. If they are the best of our nation, they are now under the charge of every single person who graduates from this great academy. You all should be proud, and I hope you are, proud of what you've accomplished, proud of what you've endured, but you should also be sobered by the extraordinary responsibility our nation now entrusts to you. Indeed, so impressed am I with this group and the service that you lead that I'm hiring a member of this very class for a summer internship after graduation. So Cadet Tang, where are you? Raise your hand. Consider this your very first meeting with the new boss. Congratulations. Don't screw it up. Now, all of you celebrate a journey that started not just 4 years ago, but decades before that. And so I particularly want to welcome the people who made you who you are. The friends, the family, the faculty, the loved ones, and of course, the other distinguished guests who were honored to be joined here today. So I'd like to thank Secretary Mink in thanking several particular folks for being here. General Cruiser and Mrs. Cindy Wilsbach, thank you all. General Chance and Mrs. Jennifer Stoltzman, thank you guys for being here. And last but certainly not least, Lieutenant General Tony and Mrs. Tricia Bowenfine. Thank you all. And I should also note that we're joined by another special guest. So honored and so proud of you that we have our great Secretary of Energy, Chris Wright. Chris, thank you for being here, and thank you for your lovely wife for being here to honor our airmen. But most of all, I want to thank the families who are with us this morning. The young men and women we honor today deserve a tremendous amount of praise. But they know as well as I do that the seeds of many of their finest qualities were ultimately planted by all of you in the bleachers. And to our new officers, my second piece of advice is to show a spirit of gratitude above all to the people who made you who you are. That will make you better airmen, it will make you better guardians, and it will make you better leaders. When you're tired, remember the father or the mother who worked an extra shift to give you a little bit extra. When you're frustrated with someone under your command, and that will happen, remember the time a grandparent or a school teacher showed you patience and grace that you didn't deserve. To the loved ones gathered here today, we will never forget that our nation's airmen and guardians were your sons and daughters long before they were ours. So I hope you take pride in what they've become, and know this: the administration will always have your back, just as these new officers have ours. Now, without further ado, class of 2026, you've survived the academy. Congratulations. You've conquered the 6-mile ruck out to Jacks Valley and back. You flung yourself off the 10M or from even higher up in the rafters. You overcame Astro 310. Endless racetracks. And this is a little surprising to me. Even a herd of wild hogs set loose near Fairchild Hall. Now, who is responsible for setting loose the wild hogs in Fairchild Hall? A few timid hands went up. Those are the future politicians. And lest any of the masterminds of that transgression sweat it out or fear, now is a good time to fall back on a great tradition and announce that I hereby grant amnesty to all cadets serving restrictions and confinements for Category 1 and 2 offenses.
डोनाल्ड ट्रंप ने भी की थी जो आर्मी वालों ने की थी.
Class of 2026, you have never passed up an opportunity to prove your gumption to the world. All of you learned how to drop everything and get to inspection-ready condition in exactly 5 minutes and 23 seconds. But beneath all the crazy stories and experiences, something serious and profound happened on this campus over the last 4 years. Over that time, this institution has been preparing you to inherit one of the greatest military traditions in the world. And that's not an exaggeration. This academy has a long and storied history. It inculcates some of the finest and most timeless values of our armed services: integrity, service, excellence. And you are the latest generation to join the proud, unbroken lineage. That strong blue line, you are its newest members. But one of the defining characteristics of American air power, and now space power, has always been its willingness to evolve alongside the nation it protects and the threats that we confront. You pay homage to the great tradition, but you also innovate for the future. There's a phrase in the military, and I've heard it a lot, which is no plan survives first contact with the enemy. You've probably heard it so many times by now that it barely registers. I heard it a lot when I was in the Marine Corps, but I've heard it more in the last 18 months, and it's taken on new meaning. Because I've come to think that particular phrase explains something much larger than battlefield tactics. People like predictability. We like systems and routines and plans because they create the feeling that the future has already been negotiated on our behalf. It's easy. And so we build strategic frameworks and technical models. We build slide decks and PowerPoint presentations with arrows moving confidently across maps all over the world. And for a little while, at least, it works. The world feels orderly. But then something crazy happens. It's called reality. Adversaries surprise you. Your plan falls through overnight. Some asshole cuts you off in the middle of an operation and makes your blood pressure skyrocket, but you can't panic and you can't overreact, not even if it's 3 in the morning. And members of the class of 2026, you are graduating into one of those eras where that reality, that unpredictability of warfare is becoming impossible to ignore. Now, your nation, your vice president, and the President of the United States, who sends his very best, we ask you to apply that same adaptability, that same innovation that you learned at this academy to an entirely new era of warfare. One shaped by autonomous systems, AI, and cyber operations. Technologies evolving far faster than military institutions have historically been accustomed to. Now, some of you will operate in the air, some in cyber, and some in space. Many of you will hold jobs that would have sounded like science fiction to graduates of this academy even 20 years ago. But the roles you're about to take are dead serious, and they are not science fiction. They are now reality. Because our adversaries are studying this country every day. They're studying our military doctrine. They're studying our industrial capacity. They're studying our political divisions, our attention span, and new graduates, they are studying you. One of the defining facts for this particular class is that nobody can tell you the skills that you learned over the last 4 years will remain theoretical. They will become very practical and very real very soon. Airmen and Guardians are serving their nation overseas right now. Across Operation Epic Fury, Absolute Resolve, Southern Spear, and Midnight Hammer, they've excelled in executing unimaginably challenging missions under real-world combat conditions. And time after time, they've made us proud. They've accomplished things that the rest of the world quite literally thought were impossible. And trust me, I've seen the intelligence reports. Your predecessors have done things that other people thought were impossible, and they did them anyway. And those...
मीडिया प्राइम मिनिस्टर मार्क कार्नी जी दी जेडी एड्रेस है न्यूयॉर्क तो आनी शुरू होनी है.
Those adversaries woke up to realize that what they thought was impossible had been accomplished by our airmen and guardians. You had done them anyway. Now, when the president needs options, it's our Air Force and our Space Force who provide them, redefining what is possible mission after mission through sheer human daring. It is American air power that allows us to penetrate denied airspace and strike critical targets across enormous distances with speed, efficiency, and precision. And when the president says he will not allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon, it is the men and women you will join in just 60 days who give force to that promise and to that guarantee. Now, because you will keep your end of the bargain with bravery and skill and dedication, you should expect some things out of your civilian leadership, out of the president, the vice president, the secretary of war. This is why we've pushed forward with the F-47 and the Golden Dome and any number of new and advanced technologies. It's why the president has made improving military quality of life such a central focus. Why he's insistent on increasing the defense budget to $1.5 trillion, and why he's proud to support pay raises, new barracks, and new hospitals, and new schools on base. We want you to be supported so that you can focus on the fight and focus on winning. And you're entering an Air Force, and this is maybe the thing the president and I are most proud of, is that we've seen extraordinary recruitment numbers. The men and women you will lead in the Air Force and the Space Force are passionate, they are ready to go, they are excited to serve, and they will look to you for the leadership of the future. The mission that we will ask them to do under your leadership will showcase the strength, the ingenuity, and especially the sound moral judgment of our warfighters. And I want to tell you that I saw this ingenuity very real when we had this incredible mission where the 494th Fighter Squadron lost a couple of pilots down in Iran. Now, we knew they were alive. We didn't know exactly where they were. The first confirmation that both crew members' beacons were active actually happened about a day after these pilots, or the second pilot, I should say, went down. And there was this period where we were worried that maybe he wasn't alive, and then this moment of joy when we realized that he was. But that moment of joy, that moment of celebration lasted very shortly, because we knew we had somebody behind enemy lines that we had to go rescue. Now, your Air Force, your future force, went in there and did the impossible, sent airplanes into places where no one thought they could land, assembled helicopters on site, and went and retrieved an American pilot behind enemy lines. One of the most daring and amazing things that I've ever seen. But I've never told anybody this before. I was sitting in a secured conference room on the phone with our military leadership and our civilian leadership, and that operation hit a bit of a snag. And I think a lot of us were looking around and saying, are we worried here that this is not going to be as successful as we thought it might? But it was an Air Force general who said, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, we've hit some snags, but I promise you, we're still going to get everyone out alive. And that was our great chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane.
ਨਿਊਯਾਰਕ ਦੇ ਕਾਮਿਕ ਕਲੱਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ
So confident.
ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਐਡਰੈਸ ਹੋਣਾ and
And
that
that's
is way more
exactly what we
important.
did, and what we learned is that sometimes
So ਉਹ ਕਿਉਂ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਆ? ਉਹ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਹੈ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਰਿਸ਼ਤੇ ਅਜੇ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਨੇ ਸਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਏ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਲੱਗ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਹੋ ਜਾਣਗੇ। ਬਟ ਐਟ ਦ ਸੇਮ ਟਾਈਮ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਖੁਦ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਪਹੁੰਚੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ, ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਡੇ ਰਿਸ਼ਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਹੀ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਆ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਆ। ਸੋ ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਇਟ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ। मैं सोर्स थोड़ा चेंज कर रहे हैं.
Au pays et diversifier nos partenariats à l'étranger. À cette fin, nous mobilisons 1 000 milliards de dollars d'investissement au Canada au cours des 5 prochaines années dans l'énergie, les transports, les données et la défense. Les investissements qui permettront de bâtir une économie canadienne plus forte, plus concurrentielle et plus résiliente. Et pendant nous consolidons nos forces, il existe plusieurs occasions que le Canada et les États-Unis devraient saisir pour collaborer et concurrencer ensemble le reste du monde. Le moment est venu d'établir un nouveau partenariat qui redéfinira la relation économique entre nos deux pays. So if you understood that, you can talk amongst yourselves. The rest of you will listen. Look, Glenn Hutchins, I last spoke here. You introduced me, you hosted me. And at the time, I was at the Bank of England, I reflected on the global financial crisis that had just passed and Brexit that was about to commence. And I maybe just with referring to the global financial crisis, may I salute the many contributions that Bob Steele made as at the U.S. Treasury to helping to address those issues. Thank you, Bob. And Bob, when I look back to those times, they were comparatively carefree days because the world is undergoing a rupture. And there's positives and challenges within this. Led by the United States, technological change is accelerating at a pace we have not seen in our lifetime. The U.S. is transforming all of its commercial relationships, as is its right. The world is becoming more divided and dangerous. And Canada recognized these developments earlier than most, and our response reflects the core lesson that we've taken from these tectonic shifts. Namely, that is that we have to take care of ourselves and we have to be true to ourselves. Taking care of ourselves means building our strength at home and diversifying our partnerships abroad. So in our first year in government, we cut taxes on incomes, on capital gains, on new business investments. We introduced something called the productivity super deduction. What you need to know is it gives Canada the most competitive tax rate for new investment in the G7. It's half the G7 average and 4 percentage points below that of the United States. We're in the process of catalyzing $1 trillion of investment in Canada over the course of the next 5 years in energy, transportation, data, and defense. We've launched our most significant regulatory reforms in generations to fast-track hundreds of billions of dollars of nation-building infrastructure projects, and we're realizing our full potential as an energy superpower. By the end of this decade, Canada will export nearly 50 million tons of LNG annually. By the end of the next decade, we will double that capacity. We're advancing a potential pipeline that would carry at least 1 million barrels of low-emission Alberta oil per day to Asian markets, while creating an entirely new industry of large-scale carbon capture and storage. We're building, right now, the world's first operational small modular reactor in the G7, while expanding our world-leading uranium production. In the past year, we have signed 56 critical mineral agreements with more than 10 countries, unlocking more than $18 billion in capital, while reducing dependence on foreign chokeholds in that critical supply chain. We are doubling our electricity grid. That's more than 160 gigawatts of new power, building on the lowest cost power in the G7 and the second lowest emission power in the OECD. That is what an energy superpower looks like when it decides to really act as one. Now, in parallel, we're diversifying our partnerships abroad. We've signed more than 20 economic and security deals across 5 continents in the past 12 months. Our existing free trade accords already provide access to to 1.5 billion consumers from the EU through to the CPTPP. We're now on track to double that addressable market this year with new deals with India, the ASEAN countries, Mercosur, Thailand, and the Philippines. We're the only non-European member of SAFE, which is the Europeans' Defense Procurement Initiative. Now, one of our core objectives of these partnerships, yes, it's access to markets, but it's also to increase our strategic autonomy, because we all live in a world where integration has been weaponized. Think critical minerals. Because a country that can't feed, fuel, or defend itself is not truly sovereign. Because, as well, strategic autonomy today extends to building partnerships, capabilities across AI, financial payments, space, critical minerals, as I said, and clean energy. And we are making progress, because Canada has much of what the world needs and wants, from energy to key aspects of aerospace, cyber, AI, and quantum. Our pension funds are amongst, and some of them are here if you need money, our pension funds, although I'm not sure the Economic Club of New York needs money or has money to, but our pension funds are amongst the most sophisticated infrastructure investors in the world, and our banks amongst the most resilient. And we're also making progress because our reputation as a reliable, predictable partner has rarely been more valuable in a world where transactions are replacing relationships. We're blessed with many commodities in Canada, but we have earned the most valuable one, which is trust. Which brings me to the second element of that lesson, which is being true to ourselves. True to our values of taking care of each other and meeting our responsibilities to our allies. Canadians take care of each other with a relentless focus on affordability, by providing universal childcare, healthcare, education, by building, as we are now, affordable housing at scale. And we're now doing our share abroad. For the first time since the fall of the Berlin Wall, we are meeting our NATO targets. As well, we have already embedded in our fiscal framework, in other words, we provided in our budget, a path to 4% of spending of GDP in total defense by the end of this decade, en route to the 5% NATO schedule in 2035. We've launched in recent months our first defense industrial strategy that alone will catalyze $500 billion of investment in Canada in the next decade, building on our strengths in aerospace, shipbuilding, AI, cyber, and again, quantum. We are leading NATO's multinational brigade on the front lines, and they are the front lines now, in Latvia. We are one of the largest, not the largest, per capita contributor as part of the coalition of Willing for Ukraine, standing up for freedom, for democracy, territorial integrity, human rights against criminal Russian aggression. Let me say that the outcome of this war is not in doubt. The only question is the scale of the senseless human suffering that will be inflicted before Russia and its enablers accept the inevitable. We're stepping up to protect Arctic sovereignty through intensified cooperation with the Nordic countries, with Germany, the United Kingdom, and working within NATO to make Arctic security the priority it needs to be. To back that up, we've moved quickly in the past year to build new military operating hubs, to commission over-the-horizon radar. We're going to buy new submarines while adding to the world's largest fleet of icebreakers. We're also in the process of creating a new multilateral institution, the Defense Security and Resilience Bank, to provide long-term, low-cost financing for defense resilient projects across NATO allies. And being true to our values also means continuing to invest in global public goods, in climate finance and development finance, even as others are sharply pulling back. And it means helping to broker an enormous potential trade pact between the EU and the CPTPP, a bridge-based trade. We're just getting started, but the early results are encouraging. Canada is projected to have the second fastest growth in the G7 this year and next, We already have the strongest fiscal position in the G7, and we're reinforcing that advantage by cutting 10% of the federal civil service, 20% of our spending on consultants, and reducing the annual growth of operational spending from over 8% per year, which is where it's been for the past 10 years, to less than 2%, which is where it's been since I came into government and where it will stay. Non-US exports are up sharply, and we're on track to double them, which is our target over the next decade. And foreign investment is now running at twice the rate of our nearest G7 peer. On some measures, we are ranked as the most attractive country in the world for infrastructure investment. So let me bring this to a conclusion. That's a false sort of, it's going to take longer than a few words, but I'm going to bring it towards a conclusion before the conversation with Nader. And I'm going to draw on an insight of the Finnish president, my friend Alex Stubb, who observed that people consistently, myself included, do three things: over-rationalize the past, over-dramatize the present, and underestimate the future. And so when I look back at the right path out of the global financial crisis and the right response to Brexit, both of those now look very clear in hindsight. But I think as Bob, myself, Tim Geithner, and others can tell you, that as being at the table during the time, there were relatively few who identified those paths. And there were fewer still who had the courage of their convictions to walk them. Because in a crisis, the fog and fear are real. They always are. The right response to these tectonic forces, the global rupture that I described at the start, the right response today is clearer than it may feel. It's the same. In a crisis, fortune always favors the bold. Canada got this early. We understood the world's change. We understand that nostalgia is not a strategy, so we're focused on what we can control. And that means weaving a dense web of international partnerships abroad. That's making us a much stronger, more resilient, more independent country. Above all, as you would expect, we're focused on things that are good for Canada. This is good for all Canadians, but it's also good for the United States, because a stronger Canada is a better ally. And we know that while Canada and the United States have had our differences over the centuries, we have always worked and eventually worked through them because we share values and our common interests run deep. They run through our economies. Canada is America's largest customer. We buy more goods from America than China, Japan, and Germany combined. Those common interests run through our supply chains, where 70% of Canadian exports are inputs to American cars, homes, aircraft, machinery, finished goods, creating hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars of U.S. value add. They run through our energy partnership, where at a time of a global energy crisis, Canada provides the United States with reliable power, with critical minerals that help fuel American growth. 99% of U.S. natural gas imports, 85% of electricity imports, 60% of crude oil imports. That is mutual strength. Let's be absolutely clear. Canada Strong will help make America great again. Examples of where that's true are legion, where we should work together and compete with the world together. And to those ends, we have made specific practical proposals to the U.S. administration. Consider aluminum. It's basically electricity in an ingot. And Canadian exports to the United States are the energy equivalent of 10 Hoover dams. With America's growing energy needs because of the incredible transformation here, does it really make sense to build the gigawatts here needed to replace Canada? On automobiles, Canada is far and away America's biggest customer, and an integrated North American market for production is the best and most durable way to confront intense, truly intense global competition. On critical minerals, with our endowments from potash, nickel, copper, uranium, lithium, cobalt, beyond, Canada can be the most reliable supplier that America needs to put affordable food on the table, strengthen national defense, and meet the exploding demand to power AI. So Alex is right. We shouldn't underestimate the future. As the United States approaches its 250th birthday, happy birthday, as the most in advance, but it approaches this moment as the most dynamic, resilient, and inventive country the world has ever seen. As a country whose founding values of liberty, democracy, justice, and openness should continue to serve as guides to its future and the future of the world. That future should include a new partnership with Canada, a true partnership that reimagines cooperation in specific sectors that are deeply challenged by global competition. A partnership with a different Canada, a stronger Canada, a more confident Canada, a country that is applying the lessons from past crises, a country unleashing its enormous potential, a country aggressively translating our belief in openness into dozens of new partnerships, a country that's predictable, reliable, and principled in a world that's anything but. Thank you very much, and I look forward to the conversation.
ਸੋ ਇਹਦੇ ਚ ਅੱਗੇ ਹੁਣ ਕਨਵਰਸੇਸ਼ਨ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਹੋਣੀ ਆਪਸ ਸਵਾਲ ਜਵਾਬ ਹੋਣੇ ਇਕਨੋਮਿਕ ਕਲੱਬ ਆਫ ਨਿਊਯਾਰਕ ਉਹ ਸੁਣਦੇ ਆ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਆਡੀਓ ਠੀਕ ਨਹੀਂ
You are setting a transformation for your economy. You spoke today, you did in Davos, about this moment.
ਆਡੀਓ ਬੜੀ ਘਟੀਆ ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਆਡੀਓ ਠੀਕ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ
I thought we'd start with a global economy question. What you spoke about, diversification, autonomy, resilience, sovereignty, these are all, of course, not just geopolitically and macroeconomically challenging, but they're also structurally capital intensive, which the energy and AI build out that you just spoke about is only sharpening. This global economic rewiring driving higher for longer inflation is a trend that you were tracking long before most as a central banker, and it has only intensified since. Bending the path of monetary policy and redefining the economic playing field for every major economy, not just the US. So my question to start us off is, when you think about this new era of strategic autonomy, how you're driving that change for Canada and how many other countries are also beginning to follow your lead, is this a fundamentally higher inflation, higher growth equilibrium, what you called a while ago growthflation, or do you see a path to managing this inflation picture in part by fixing some of the imbalances in the global economy that are also going to be on the agenda of the G7 meeting that's coming up in a couple of weeks?
Okay, well, brings me back to, yes, the good old days of central banking again. The short answer is yes, in terms of the overall trends. I think you've described it well, and let me expand a bit, which is that there are structural inflationary pressures that come, and I've spoken about this in the past, around the time that I gave the speech here, actually, I think, about the process of deglobalization, some forms of fragmentation. I mean, one of the benefits of globalization, there are many challenges, but one of the benefits was it was structurally disinflationary. And the reverse is also proving to be true, the fragmentation that comes with that. In many cases, for good reason. There's being more resilient. You're paying an insurance premium to become more resilient, but that has to be ultimately paid and is passed through. So there's a structural element to that in and of itself, just in terms of the changing of the level of integration. Okay, first point. Second point, part of your question, but very much of the reality that this room, this city, this country is living is just the scale of the infrastructure build out that is only just beginning across, I'll call it the intelligence stack, but it's everything from power to the data centers, to the chips, to the and beyond that comes and affects virtually every enterprise, and it's only just starting. And the scale and the speed of that build, which on one hand is tremendously exciting and promising, on another hand, just causes big shortages. You think about if you're in the energy business, 5 years to get a gas turbine is one example of that. Land, power, those elements are front and center. So that is adding, I think, to inflationary pressure. The third element, which we haven't yet seen, but we're at the cusp, and again, because we're in the heart of global finance, a number of the people in the room would be living this, is actually the cost of protection, cyber protection, but basically, I'll call it cyber protection, but the broader range of protections that's occasioned by mythos. Everyone knows what mythos is in this room, and what that's showing. And that's, I think, is going to be the early stage of just a big operating spend that's going to be required to address those issues. So the marginal cost of software is no longer zero. It's actually quite material and is likely to be there for some time. So those are three elements of the structural inflationary pressures that are there. Then you have what's coming with that, the growth component, certainly the growth component which comes from the investment boom, the growth component which, and this is one of the big questions, when will the productivity show up on a macro scale? It will come, but when does that show up? And which would offset some of this. Finally, you throw into that the challenge we have globally, and it will be one of the issues center stage at the G7 around global imbalances, Chinese overcapacity. In context, China's ballpark 13% of global consumption, 30% on the way to 40% of global manufacturing. Okay, so just orders of magnitude, the pressures that come there. It's a bit of an offset to the inflation side, but we can't solve the macro problem ultimately. You never totally solve a macro problem without getting the imbalances component addressed there. Some of that will be financial. So, last thing I'll say and then hand back to you, which is part of the answer, not all of the answer, but part of the answer is going to be around energy. And when you look from our perspective, we see a very clear path to doubling what is the lowest cost energy effectively in the OECD of the major economies, doubling that grid, doubling it without emissions materially. We see a very clear path to expanding our energy exports, which are the cheapest natural gas effectively in the world, certainly landed in the United States, and the cheapest oil exports that the U.S. can get, plus on the critical mineral side. So part of a structural solution, Canada, we have it, we're going to benefit from it, but it is part of a potential structural solution in a new partnership with the U.S.
Great. Let me just pick up on one element of this before we take a broader set of issues that you're leading, not just for Canada, but for much of the rest of the world. So another way to think about this junction, the global economy, you and I have been talking about this, is that whether in the context of the global economy or in geopolitics, this is becoming, I think, more and more clearly an age of asymmetry. It's a transitional era where power flows less from size or wealth than from the ability to convert imbalances into leverages. As great powers seek to exercise their power in the ways that they do, a range of countries like Canada, middle powers, and others are seeking to identify their asymmetric strength, their source of leverage. We think of asymmetry a lot as a risk or a challenge, but if you look at various choke points and whether upstream inputs to the global economy, how do you think about that as you're now putting into place and really executing on the vision in Davos? How are you thinking about how Canada can win in this age of asymmetry?
Yeah, this is a crucial point, and it's a very good, it's your framing actually, the age of asymmetry, but it's a very good way to understand how many countries around the world are approaching their trade relationships, their investment relationships, their priorities. For exactly the reason, you can look at it defensively. Where am I exposed? We used asymmetry, to use your framework, against Russia with the financial payment system. China, on critical minerals. Those are two prominent examples. But where else am I exposed? Am I exposed in space? Am I exposed in cyber? Am I exposed in various? And that is the framing. At a minimum, as a leader, you have to think about those issues and how do I minimize those exposures. The answer, if you're a country of the size of Canada, or even if you're, a European, one of the major European economies, is there's no one answer. The answer is a series of partnerships, a web of partnerships that need to be put in place. Then the more positive side, so that's a defensive thing. Who do I need? Who can I rely on? And who's not going to hold me up down the road? That dictates a lot of these trade discussions. The more positive is, well, where can I be a solution to others? And that's where I do think we have a number of advantages in Canada. Let me give it a specific, let me make granular. So I mentioned critical minerals. Okay, so what? Well, here's the so what. Last week, I was in Quebec. We opened, broke ground on the largest graphite mine in the G7, 8 times the production of everywhere else. Key for, and it's integrated into battery chains and others is what will be built. So who are the offtakes? The government of Canada provided support to get the thing going. Here's your guaranteed off. We've already syndicated it out to Italy, to Japan, Panasonic in the case of Japan, E&I for Italy, and Luxembourg that is buying off of that, so that they know that they don't have that chokehold on lithium. That's one example. We announced yesterday, again, private company, indigenous-led, actually, private company, an LNG, 25-year LNG train to Germany, which helps, obviously, reduce exposure to Russia. So, that sort of energy providing. Same thing on uranium. Where else are we strategically relevant? I think, well, I know we are strategically relevant in cyber. We're strategically relevant in next stage cyber, which is quantum. So we're building a series of packs with, and you would expect it, with our closest allies, the closest allies of the United States in those areas to build out. I'll give one other example, which is in space, where from a consumer perspective, we're all familiar with Starlink and those advantages, low Earth orbit satellite. But it's crucial for military and defense applications. And nobody wants to be in a position where there's only one option. And we have a company, Telesat, which is the next option, which is literally coming, that element of their business is coming on stream next year. So those are, to make it tangible, those are the types of conversations that or deals, I put it even that way, that are happening. And then they get embedded in bigger trade relationships as well.
Let's turn to China, because you've touched on it a couple of times. And while your Davos speech really completely reset, I think, the way both businesses, investors, and governments are thinking about this moment, what I always emphasize to people is where you came to Davos from. You had just been to Beijing. And you, like many other advanced economies, are navigating this very complex challenge, given the imbalances, given how you just described China's economy, of how you navigate the opportunity with an economy like that, with the strategic exposure you have. Take us, if you will, a bit into the room, the meeting you had with Xi Jinping. What did you say to him? What did he answer back? How can we better understand that Canada-China relationship from that meeting?
Okay. Well, let me give a bit of context first, which in terms of the Canada-China relationship and where it was prior to those meetings and why that was important. Our relationship was, to put it mildly, in need of a reset. Basically, diplomatic relations had broken down. Trade relationships were fraught with a series of tariffs. We had big challenges in Canada, particularly for our agricultural sector, our fisheries sector, where there were we were locked out of the Chinese market, which was historically a very important market. To put it in human terms, 250,000 people whose livelihoods directly were affected by this. So we had that. We had a series of restrictions on China. So at a minimum, and the dialogue was not there. And look, in this world, yes, it's the second largest economy, but you need to have a dialogue with China. I mean, this is stating the obvious. Virtually every issue, or most issues in the world, geostrategic and other, China is a player and having that dialogue. So we needed to reestablish. So what we accomplished out of to simplify, and then I'll get to in the room and the dynamics and where this goes. What we accomplished was a very basic reset of the relationship, so that China reopened their agricultural markets. There's some details around this. They're important, but big picture, yes. For that, we restored access for Chinese vehicles, electric vehicles, to the same level as it was in 2024 when things broke down, which, to put in context, is 49,000 vehicles in a market that's 1.8 million vehicles, so less than 3%. And with that's at the MFN tariff rate, which 6.5%, and then above it, it's a 100% tariff rate. So basically, that's the cap on Chinese vehicles coming in. And historically, they're all Teslas. It looks like most of the ones that'll come in are Teslas as well in the short term. Now, over time, we're going to get lower cost, broader range of things, but in a controlled way. But the discussion, so these are important trade discussions. There's other elements of the trade relationship, et cetera. But the broader discussion, which I think is the thrust of your question, is about where's the world going. And that's what President Xi and President Trump, and quite understandably, are particularly focused on. Where I'll give, it was in the news recently, but so I'm going to pick up on one aspect of the conversation. I raised with him the Thucydides trap. Now, I raised it with him because I had been in a meeting with him with a handful of U.S. CEOs a few years previous, and President Xi had raised it in that context. And I quoted, in effect, back to him, the president, saying, I remember you said that. And what you said at the time was the way out of it is cooperation on issues of global public interest. So what are the issues of global public interest, leading them to where is that cooperation between the hegemons he's really talking about, but others supporting? And for him, at least in the response then, which in fairness was more or less what he'd said 2 years previously, is around climate, is around clean energy and climate, and we're establishing a leadership there, but everyone needs it, and how are we going to share this, and how are we going to finance it, et cetera. And his point there was exactly that. How do we restructure the institution? So that's one thing. I'll say one other thing, a point I made to him, because you raised imbalances earlier, which is I also raised with him, adjacent to this, is that the scale of the challenges of imbalances, the fact that this is bad for having lived through, I'm looking at you, Bob, we lived through the crystallization of imbalances in the global financial crisis, that this needs to be, they need to be part of the solution. Part of the solution is the overcapacity, greater consumption, absolutely fundamental. But part of the solution is also the role of their currency, the role of renminbi, the opening up of their capital account is going to be a necessary part. And if you are, in his analogy, a rising power, economic power, which they certainly are, you have to assume more responsibility for the global international monetary and financial system. And that is one of the toughest things to do, that transition. But you've got to have to move, in my judgment, and I said it to him in private, I'm happy to say it in public, in my judgment, they need to move more rapidly and more deliberately on it. I think we need to help them in a way around the margins. So both of those areas where we're really talking about global public good is necessary for the engagement.
Turning to another aspect of your role and your leadership, you're spending, I'm sure, more time than you would want on open conflicts in the world. And so you touched on the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the war that's going on 4 years on in Europe. You mentioned that the outcome is not in doubt, but only a question of how much human suffering will further have to take place. Give us a sense from where you're sitting. What do you think the outlook is for the war? And maybe speak a bit to some of the risks. There's certainly concern in Europe that the Russians are going to have another push over the summer. possibly threaten one of the Baltic states as they've, in a more specific way. Give us a sense of how you're thinking about this as a leader, as a NATO leader, and also maybe a bit how it connects to defense strategy and defense industry strategy for Canada.
Okay. So let me start with what we're doing, and then get to the outlook for it. So we're one of the largest, arguably the largest per capita contributor to Ukraine across humanitarian and defense. So $25 billion and counting. Our defense contributions, our principal defense contribution, but this is going to change. This is changing with time, and it gets to your defense question. Have been basically purchase or financing of U.S. weaponry for Ukraine, defensive weaponry. So they're called Pearl packages, but for those of you who follow it would know what they are, and it's a way to band together through NATO, purchase largely, as you would expect, missile and drone defense. It's an expensive way to do it, but it's necessary, as we saw with this atrocious hypersonic missile attacks a few days ago that Russia inflicted. So we're doing that. The second thing is we're involved. We've trained 50,000 Ukrainian troops and running. We're very involved there. We're part of what's called the Coalition of the Willing, which is a series of countries, largely European, but including Australia, New Zealand, a few others, ourselves, that is providing a security backstop. So when there is a peace deal, there'll be a credible backstop for Ukraine. First line of defense, of course, is them. Second line of defense would be us in various forms. And that is, I will just give you the punchline, that is a highly credible, detailed operational security backstop. It's been worked out, and full credit to President Macron and Prime Minister Starmer for helping to lead and make that a reality. The third thing in the region is we lead the brigade in the NATO brigade in Latvia. So as I've said, I think I said in my remarks, it's on the front line. That's, that is very much an operational role. So and to get to where the conflict is, to put human suffering in context. I mean, the terrible civilian suffering. I mean, the civilian suffering in Ukraine, the direct hits. But Russia's losing 35,000 troops a month. 22 to 23, depending on the month, of those troops are killed. The balance are incapacitated, to use a euphemism, but will not fight again. They're losing troops faster than they can replace them. They are not gaining territory. Ukraine is able to strike, as you see, increasingly deep into Russian territory on strategic energy and other targets, and they are doing so, and they will continue to do so. Russian economy is under more pressure. This can go on for longer than any of us already has, but can continue to go on. But the balance of force is moving in the Ukrainians' direction. And it gets to the last bit of your question. I'll try and be quick, but this is super important. So we and others are following the Danish model, where we're partnering with, because Denmark pioneered this, we're partnering with Ukrainian defense contractors. We're financing them to produce drones and other things for Ukraine's defense. But then we're building capacity in Canada and Denmark and other places so that we can build that out for the future for our own defense, because the cutting edge of defensive warfare is in Ukraine, and the integration of autonomous warfare, AI, and those defenses are in Ukraine. So part of this, Canada has been a laggard. We're no longer a laggard in defense spending. We're not going to be a laggard. But part of the advantage of being a laggard, there's sometimes an advantage, is when technology and things are changing, we will catch up at the frontier, or at least that is very much our intention.
I know we're coming up against our deadline, but we just a couple more questions. First, we're obviously in New York. We're in the United States. A line in your speech, I think, caught many of us, and I think is really important, which is when you said that this stronger Canada, more sovereign, more self-reliant, is actually going to be a better ally to the United States. I don't think it's lost on any of us just how complicated U.S.-Canada relations have become. But having said that, what makes you optimistic not just given the transformation you're leading in Canada, but what you know and how you describe the U.S. economy at the end. What makes you optimistic about this economic relationship and partnership going forward?
Well, I'm going to start on. I'll start on economics, but I'll end on values, because I think that's ultimately where things stand. On the economics, I mean, it's still the case that 85% of our trade goes across tariff-free. There's highly integrated. Everyone benefits from that. Secondly, there are huge opportunities for that new partnership, in part because we're becoming stronger. So the energy side I've mentioned. I mean, this is a time where the U.S. Is energy short for good reason, because of the transformation, but it's really energy short, and that's going to get more acute, and we can be part of the solution. We can be part of the solution just on inference as well, to put it more broadly, energy and inference. The third thing is there are core areas. It's our strong view, and we've been clear about this, that a fortress North America in autos, in steel, in aluminum, that's in everyone's interest. We're part of the solution clearly on critical minerals. We're working very well with the U.S. on that. And then, as well as I move towards values, I mean, there are issues, but we did need to step up to take more responsibility for Arctic security. We're doing that now. We're taking responsibility with respect to with Ukraine, with others, the front lines in the Baltics. And the opportunities for defense and security cooperation are legion. So we look to that. Last thing, in the end, and I am conscious we're coming up to both our timeline and our 250th birthday here. These core values on freedom, on liberty, that's ultimately where we stand, and that reasserts over time. So we'll work our way through. Bob will come up. He'll tell us it's 12:45, and everyone will get on with moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, Prime Minister ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਵਾਰਤਾ ਹੈ ਖਤਮ ਹੋਈ। ਅੱਜ ਦਿਨ ਬੜਾ ਮਹੱਤਵਪੂਰਨ ਹੈ, as I said early in the morning, ਕਿ ਅੱਜ ਸਾਡੇ ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਗਏ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਫਾਰਮਰ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਐਡਵਾਈਜ਼ਰ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਆਏ ਹੋਏ ਸੀ। ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਡੋਮਿਨਿਕ ਲੈਬਲਾਂਕ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਟ੍ਰੇਡ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ 'ਤੇ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ, ਉਹ ਜਾਣਗੇ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਡੀਲ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਹੋਣੀ ਹੈ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਹੋਏਗੀ, ਕੀ ਹੋਏਗੀ, ਆਈ ਕਾਂਟ ਸੇ। ਅਜੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਕੋਈ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ। ਅਜੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਕੋਈ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਇਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅੱਜ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦੇ ਫੋਰਨ ਅਫੇਅਰ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਅੱਜ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਫੇਰੀ ਹੈ, ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੀ ਵਿਜ਼ਿਟ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦਾ ਫਸਟ ਡੇ ਹੋਣਾ, ਫਸਟ ਡੇ। ਸੋ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਖਿਆਲ ਰੱਖਾਂਗੇ ਕਿ ਅੱਜ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਉਹ ਇੱਥੇ ਦੀ ਫੇਰੀ ਹੋਣੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਿਹਦਾ ਖਿਆਲ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਜਾਏਗਾ ਔਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਸਮਝ ਸਕਾਂਗੇ। ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਯੂਨੀਅਨ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਆਏ ਹੋਏ ਸੀ ਇੱਥੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਇੱਥੇ ਆਉਣ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦਾ ਆਪਾਂ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਕਿ ਕੁਝ ਜਥੇਬੰਦੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਕਿ ਜੀ ਰਿਲੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਣਨੇ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ, ਆਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ, ਇੱਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਵੀ ਹੈ, ਕੰਸਰਨਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਵੀ ਹੈ। ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਜਦੋਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ, just 1 second. ਜਦੋਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਬਾਤਾਂ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਉਦੋਂ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਓਟਵਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਹਿਊਮਨ ਰਾਈਟਸ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਐਡਵੋਕੇਟਸ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ, ਔਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਕੀ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਇਹ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਣ ਲੱਗੇ ਹੋ, ਕੀ ਹਿਊਮਨ ਰਾਈਟਸ ਦੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਹੋਏਗੀ ਉੱਥੇ? ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹਿਊਮਨ ਰਾਈਟਸ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਖਰਾਬੀ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਹੋਰ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਹੋ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਆਈ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕੌਣ ਕੌਣ ਹੈ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਂ ਸਾਰੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਦੇਣਾ, ਔਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। Let me just post that information with you. ਫੈਡਰਲ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਚਾਈਨੀਜ਼ ਇੰਟਰਫੇਰੈਂਸ ਨੂੰ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਐਡਰੈਸ ਕਰੋ। ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਸੋਇਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਚਾਈਨੀਜ਼ ਇੰਟਰਫੇਰੈਂਸ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਐਡਰੈਸ ਕਰੋ। ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝਾ ਕਰਦਾ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਨੂੰ ਅੱਗੇ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਦਰਅਸਲ ਕਿਆ ਕੀ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਔਰ ਕਿਉਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਸਾਰੀ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿਸ ਲਿਹਾਜ਼ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ ਨਾਲ ਪੋਸਟ ਕਰਦਾ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਦੇਖਣਾ ਹੋਵੇ ਉਹ ਦੇਖ ਵੀ ਸਕਣ। And they will be interested to see if any Canadian media or leaders go after China for human rights interference like they do for India, or if they will be quite muzzled. I think ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਗੇ ਕੰਜ਼ਰਵੇਟਿਵ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮਾਈਕਲ ਚੌਂਗ ਆ ਉਹ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਜਾਣਗੇ, that is for sure, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ 36 ਦਾ ਅੰਕੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ। NDP ਤੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਦੋ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜਾ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਖਿਲਾਫ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਰਾਸ਼ਟਰਪਤੀ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਆਏ ਆ, ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੀਡਰਸ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਆਏ ਆ। ਕੋਈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੁੱਛਦਾ। ਇੱਥੇ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਭਾਈ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿਓ ਕਿ ਇਦਾਂ ਕਿਉਂ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ, ਉਦਾਂ ਕਿਉਂ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ, ਆਹ ਕਿਉਂ ਆ, ਉਹ ਕਿਉਂ ਆ। ਇੱਥੋਂ ਦੇ ਲੀਡਰਸ ਦੀ ਜਖਣਾ ਫੇਰੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹਿਊਮਨ ਰਾਈਟਸ ਦੇ ਲਾਇਰਸ ਨੇ, ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਇਟ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ। ਕੌਣ ਕੌਣ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਮੈਂ ਦੱਸ ਦਿੰਦਾ। ਡੇਵਿਡ ਮੈਟਾਸ ਤੇ ਜੋਏਲ ਏਟੀਐਨ, ਜੋਏਲ ਏਟੀਐਨ, ਇਹ ਦੋ ਹਿਊਮਨ ਰਾਈਟਸ ਦੇ ਲਾਇਰਸ ਨੇ, ਔਰ ਇੱਕ ਹੈਗੀ ਫਾਲੂਨ ਦਾਫਾ ਐਸੋਸੀਏਸ਼ਨ ਆਫ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ, ਉਹਦੇ ਸਪੋਕਸਪਰਸਨ ਨੇ ਜੋਏਲ ਚਿਪਕਾਰ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਪਾਰਲੀਮੈਂਟ ਹਿੱਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਦਾ ਕਿ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਤੇ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦੇ ਰਿਲੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਕਿਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਣਗੇ। ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦੇ ਰਿਲੇਸ਼ਨ ਇਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਣਗੇ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਇਟ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ। ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਹ ਹੁਣ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਕਿ ਇਕੋਸਿਸਟਮ ਹੀ ਬਣ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮੁਲਕ ਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਲੀਡਰ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਖਿਲਾਫ ਹੋ ਜਾਓ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਕੀ ਚਾਈਨੀਜ਼ ਇੰਟਰਫੇਰੈਂਸ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ? ਜੇ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਸੀ ਤਾਂ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਲੈਵਲ ਤੇ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਸੀ, ਕਿ ਸੁਣਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੁਣਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ? that should also be the big part, ਹੈ ਨਾ। ਜੋ ਗੱਲ ਸੁਣੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੁਣੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਸੀ। ਜੇ ਉਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਸੁਣੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਮੈਟਰ ਕੋਰਟਸ ਲਿਜਾਇਆ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ, ਹੋਰ ਕੰਮ ਕੀਤੇ ਜਾ ਸਕਦੇ, ਬਟ ਕੀ ਚਲਦੇ ਵਪਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਖਤਮ ਕਰਾਇਆ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ? ਆਈ ਡੋਂਟ ਨੋ। ਇੱਥੇ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਐਡਰੈਸ ਕੀਤਾ ਨਾ ਔਰ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਵੀ ਕੀਤੀ।
Recording in progress.
I guess we're supposed to stand up. All on stage. All of you on stage. On stage, I guess.
You tell us when to go.
You go whenever you're ready.
Are we rolling now?
Whenever you're ready, yeah.
We've been rolling for 5 minutes.
Okay.
Get settled and then we can start.
Your choice.
My name is Joel Chipkar. I'm the spokesperson for the Falun Dafa Association of Canada. Canada is facing unprecedented transnational repression and foreign interference from communist China, and it's happening in plain sight. This spring, hoax bomb threats traced to China forced the cancellation of 6 Shenyang performances in Toronto's Four Seasons Centre, news in Mississauga and Vancouver. The sender later mocked that Canada cannot be taken seriously and claimed allegiance to my motherland's Communist Party. In Vancouver, Chinese consulate officials urged civic theater officials to cancel Shenyang performances. And in Ontario, Mayor Michael Prue of Amherstburg publicly condemned a letter from the Toronto consulate pressuring him not to support Falun Gong. These are not isolated incidents. They're part of a coordinated global campaign of Communist Party-directed transnational repression combining disinformation, diplomatic pressure, lawfare, and hoax bomb threats. Over 20 such threats have been recorded in Canada alone, part of more than 270 worldwide, ranging from bomb threats against venues and Parliament Hill to attacking Canadian politicians. Every single one carried the same demand: cancel Shenyang and silence Falun Gong. Why? Because Shenyang celebrates 5,000 years of Chinese civilization before communism and tells an inconvenient truth: the horrific human rights crimes against Falun Gong that have lasted for over 27 years. Mass imprisonment, torture, forced labor, and forced organ harvesting. Today, we call on Canada to act. We urge Minister Anand to raise 3 critical demands with Wang Yi: end transnational repression on Canadian soil, end the persecution of Falun Gong in China, and release 9 family members of Canadians currently imprisoned in China for nothing more than practicing their faith. This is not just a Falun Gong issue. When intimidation from a foreign regime determines what Canadians can say or see, the freedom of every Canadian is at threat. Minister Wong is here, and Canada must speak out and say enough is enough.
Thank you. My name is David Matus. I'm an international human rights lawyer based in Winnipeg. Falun Gong is a set of exercises with a spiritual foundation begun in 1992. Though the spiritual teachings of Falun Gong have no political content, the practice by 1999 had become so popular that the Chinese Communist Party feared for its ideological supremacy and ordered all Chinese practitioners to stop the practice. This order led to protests. Those protests heightened the fears of the party and led to active suppression of the practice. Practitioners fled China. The practice of Falun Gong and protest against its suppression spread globally. These foreign protests became so widespread and persistent that, according to Cheng Yong Lin in 225, a defector from the Chinese consulate in Australia, the Falun Gong issue is the priority of the consulate's job. According to Chinese President Xi Jinping in a leaked address to a commission of the Chinese Communist Party in 2022, Falun Gong is the party's most prominent opposition force. Shenyang Performing Arts was founded in New York State in August 2006 by Falun Gong volunteers. The performances illustrate Chinese traditional dance, Falun Gong spirituality, and Chinese Communist Party persecution of Falun Gong, including forced organ harvesting. The dance company performances have become immensely popular, having been seen since the inception of the company by millions globally. A 2010 leaked Chinese Communist Party internal notice stated, "Combating and suppressing the performances of the Shenyang show is an important part of the current struggle against Falun Gong." We have seen this attempt at suppression in Canada, as you've just heard. Cultural interaction between China and Canada entrusted to the Chinese diplomatic mission and consulates in Canada by the government of China, including efforts to have Canadian venues deny their premises to the Shenyang Performing Arts, has to be conducted through Global Affairs Canada. This is a legal requirement set out on the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations and a Canadian statute, the Foreign Missions and International Organizations Act. Any direct approach by the Chinese embassy or consulates in Canada to Canadian cultural venues to address cultural matters in general and the denial of venues to Shenyang in particular violates both international treaty law and Canadian statute law. The Canadian government should inform the Chinese Minister of Foreign Affairs, Wang Yi, during his visit, as well as the Chinese embassy and consulates directly of this legal reality. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Joel Etienne. I'm a Toronto-based human rights lawyer. This morning, colleagues of mine and myself appeared before the Heritage Committee of Parliament, and we had some recommendations in relation to the foreign interference that's been happening here in the country. And what we recommended to the Parliamentary Committee is the following, which I will repeat now for your benefit. Shenyang is deeply connected to Canadians' rights to present lawful, artistic, and cultural expression, free from foreign state intimidation. Members of the Canadian Falun Dafa community who help present Shenyang are entitled under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and Canadian law to participate fully in Canadian cultural life without fear, intimidation, or foreign interference. Our recommendations were the following. Canadian Heritage should establish federal guidance and response protocols for publicly funded cultural institutions facing foreign state intimidation. Rental decisions under such circumstances should not be treated as private business matters. Number two, publicly funded venues and crown corporations, including the NAC in Ottawa, should receive training on foreign interference, transnational repression, and diplomatic pressure tactics, and the NAC should be directed to offer Shenyang dates to perform in Ottawa. Number three, public security agencies. The RCMP, CSC, CSIS, and local police should assess and investigate the broader pattern of foreign interference targeting the cultural sector, including the threats and intimidation campaigns, not merely as isolated public order incidents, and enforce relevant provisions of existing legislations and treaties. Number four, Global Affairs Canada should review whether consular pressure on Canadian venues violated the Vienna Convention and establish transparency mechanisms for diplomatic communications directed towards Canadian artistic programming. So this is what we asked this morning, and we hope that Parliament will deliver, because this transnational campaign of foreign interference, which has ramifications in Canada, has become quite intolerable for Canadians.
Good afternoon. I'm Kelly. My mother was sentenced to 4 years for practicing Falun Gong in China. Now she's 81 years old and has been in prison for 3 years and 4 months already. As a practitioner of Falun Gong, I call on the Canadian government helping to stop persecuting of Falun Gong in China. Also, call for releasing my mother, releasing all imprisoned practitioners of Falun Gong in China. Also, as a Canadian citizen, I call on the Canadian leaders to tell Beijing to stop interfering Canada and the end of transnational repression in Canada. Thank you.
My name is Li Zhihe. I live in Toronto. And my brother Li Zhong is suffering in a Chinese prison for practicing Falun Gong. In July 2023, Li Zhong was abducted from our family home by communist Chinese police. Simply for having Falun Gong information on his phone, he was sentenced to 7 years in prison, following an earlier 3-year imprisonment for the same faith. For nearly 3 years, every family visit to Li Zhong has been denied. We know nothing of his safety or health. That silence is its own form of torture. My parents are over 80. This cruelty is breaking them. I know these brutalities firsthand. I survived 3.5 years of illegal imprisonment in China and nearly lost my life to torture. Canada helped me to reach freedom here, but Beijing now, its repression has followed us to Canada. Today, as Wang Yi visited Ottawa, I called on Canadian leaders, demand immediate and unconditional release of my brother Li Zhonghe and all imprisoned Falun Gong practitioners. Send Beijing a clear message. Transnational repression will not be tolerated in Canada. Thank you.
Any questions? Yes, I was actually. If I can ask specifically, Carly, do you know what condition your mother is in right now? You said that she's 81 years old. When was the last time you spoke to her?
No, never say. Oh. I haven't spoken to her 3 years and 4 months. I cannot phone her.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name, sir. Li Chu.
Yeah.
If you wouldn't mind going to the mic as well. For the two of you, you mentioned, Li Chu, that you mentioned that your brother was abducted by Chinese police.
Yes.
The RCMP signed an agreement with MPS, Chinese police, a cooperation agreement to allow possible cooperative investigations here on Canadian soil. We don't know what's in the agreement. Does that worry you?
Yes, absolutely.
Why does that worry you?
Talk on the mic. Yeah, to me, that's kind of coordinating. It's very dangerous to let Chinese police system to interfere Canada affairs. So persecution of Falun Gong in China has been going on for so many years. Now we already feel threatened in many ways. The Chinese repression follow us to Canada. So if the two systems, Canadian police system, Canadian police system, Chinese Canadian system, work together, it's possible. It's like
good thing there is Bitdefender Gravity Zone Business Security Premium. It stops advanced
No audio. Sorry for that. So, ਸਾਡੇ listener ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ CCP also stating that it is their policy to select the next Dalai Lama. They will control and install their puppet to suffocate Tibetan Buddhism and free Tibet movement. Absolutely, ਇਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਕਿਤੇ ਕੋਈ ਤਸ਼ੱਦਦ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਮੁਲਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਖੜਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਔਰ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਉਸ ਕੰਟੈਕਸਟ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਧਿਆਨ ਰੱਖਣ ਦੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰਤ ਹੈ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਮੁਲਕ ਦੇ ਲੀਡਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰਤ ਹੋਵੇ। ਅੱਜ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮਾਹੌਲ ਬਣਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਕਿ ਅੱਜ ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਨਿਊਯਾਰਕ ਗਏ ਹੋਏ ਆ, ਉਹ ਨਾਨ US ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਤਲਾਸ਼ਣ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਐਸੇ ਮੁਲਕ, ਵੱਡੇ ਮੁਲਕ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਤੱਕ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਬਣਾਈ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੇਲੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਜਾਂਦਾ। ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਹੁਣ ਪਰੇ ਹੋ ਗਏ। ਸੋ ਚਾਹੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਮਜਬੂਰੀ ਵਸ਼ ਕਹੋ, ਚਾਹੇ ਉਹ ਜ਼ਰੂਰਤ ਕਹੋ, ਚਾਹੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜੋ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਕਹੋ, ਇਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਝ ਬੈਲੈਂਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਚੱਲਣਾ ਪੈਣਾ। ਯੂ ਕੈਨ ਨਾਟ ਸੇ ਕਿ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਰਿਸ਼ਤੇ ਹੀ ਖਤਮ ਕਰ ਦਿਓ, ਗੱਲ ਹੀ ਨਾ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਏ ਜਾਂ ਬਾਤ ਹੀ ਨਾ ਪੁੱਛੀ ਜਾਏ। ਹਾਂ, ਮੈਟਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਐਡਰੈਸ ਕਰਨੇ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੰਸਰਨਿੰਗ ਮੈਟਰ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਵੀ ਐਡਰੈਸ ਕੀਤੇ ਜਾਣ ਔਰ ਸਾਈਮਲਟੇਨੀਅਸਲੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਨਾ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਵੇ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਸ਼ਿਕਾਇਤ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਕੋਈ ਮੁਲਕ ਸਾਡੇ ਮੁਲਕ 'ਚ ਇੰਟਰਫੇਅਰ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ, ਤੇ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਇਨਸ਼ੋਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਏ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਉਸ ਮੁਲਕ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੰਟਰਫੇਅਰ ਨਾ ਕਰੋ। ਜੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੋਈ ਮੁਲਕ ਛੱਡ ਕੇ ਆਏ ਹੋ ਔਰ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਉੱਥੇ ਧੱਕਾ ਹੋਇਆ, ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਗਲਤ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਹ ਮੈਟਰ ਨੂੰ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਪਲੇਟਫਾਰਮ ਤੇ ਰੱਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਮੁਲਕ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਉਣ ਦਾ ਮੌਕਾ ਮਿਲਿਆ, ਬਟ ਐਟ ਦਾ ਸੇਮ ਟਾਈਮ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਪਾਲਿਸੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੰਟਰਫੇਅਰ ਕਰੋਗੇ ਤਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਵਾਪਸ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਤਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਕਿਸਮ ਦਾ ਉਹ ਰਿਸਪੌਂਸ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਜਵਾਬ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਈਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਰੇਸ਼ਾਨ ਕਰ ਜਾਂਦਾ। ਫਿਰ ਉਦੋਂ ਇਹ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਜੋ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਕਰ ਲਈਏ, ਦੂਜੇ ਨਾ ਕਰਨ। ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਸੁਣਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਇਸ press conference ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ
So if the two systems, Canadian police system, Canadian police system, Chinese Canadian system, work together, it's possible, it's likely to happen that the persecution was introduced further to Canada. That's I got freedom here, but I will feel threatened for my safety. I think that should not happen.
Do you feel safer? This RCMP agreement, this security agreement, has been in place for more than a decade. Prime Minister Carney says it's a document that is classified because there are security details, and it will give out operational information. So it is government policy not to reveal what is in that agreement. I'm interested to know, would you like to see what's in the agreement? And I'm interested in getting a legal view on it as well.
I did not get the...
I've had to deal with that issue because I've had some clients who've been here in Canada making refugee claims, and that agreement has come up. It's problematic. It shouldn't be there. The Chinese government threatens people in Canada saying, come back voluntarily or we'll impose this or that on your relatives back home. And the charges are not really vetted. I mean, they make basically the legal system in China is under the control of the Communist Party. I mean, not just the prosecutors, but the investigators, the police, the judges. And so you get charges that are basically politically motivated. And the agreement is supposedly based on an assumption that there's criminality in China and there should be cooperation. But in reality, what you're seeing is a political system that's operating to go after its enemies and protect its friends. And so Canada should have no part of it. And I would say there's a problem also with Interpol, because if you look at what happens with Interpol, there's a huge number of Chinese requests, some public, some private, and they have the same political dynamic behind them and the same lack of rule of law behind them as the request of the Canadian government. And as you may be aware, there's this NGO called Safeguard Defenders that has identified police stations, Chinese police stations in Canada. And so this is an aspect of foreign interference, transnational oppression, with which the Canadian government should be combating it, not cooperating with it.
What does it show you?
Would you mind if I also answer the question?
Yeah.
While we don't know what the document says, what I do know is how it is practiced, because I've actually had specific cases where Canadian authorities worked hand in hand with the military police service of China. And what that actually meant was Canadian police officers in Chinese gulags interviewing Chinese citizens who were basically under torture and mistreated in Chinese jails. So we had Canadian police officers working in Chinese jails in that context with MPS officers. And conversely, what it also meant was we had boots on the ground. This is reported in mainstream media. This is why I can speak about it publicly, even if this was one of my cases, where we had military police service police officers investigating in Canada, working hand in hand with Canadian police officers. Obviously, how do these permissions happen? How does operationally speaking, how does this actually come into place? It comes into place because you have agreement sanctioning this type of joint partnership in policing, but what it becomes is joint partnership in human rights abuses and repression in Canada and in China, and that's a problem.
With the William Miker trial, it came out that there were at least 25 Canadian residents who were coerced to return to China under Project Fox Hunt. It was revealed that 3 Chinese police officers went missing during an exchange with the RCMP for several hours. And the RCMP liaison officer testified that he was concerned that they were involved in foreign interference, trying to coerce these people to go home. What does that show you, that in light of this type of information, that the Carney government would still sign or re-sign an MOU that was signed by his predecessor, Justin Trudeau?
Well, it shows that the state of interference, and bringing it back to the topic at hand today, which is obviously the transnational criminal interference that's resulted in Shenyun being targeted, the cancellations, the criminal behavior and actions to harm our performers and the patrons and Canadians involved. It shows us that the sphere of interference is extremely wide. It covers all aspects of Canadian life, and Canadian citizens don't enjoy the freedoms, both personally and in the community, that they should be able to hold. And what all of this requires, first and foremost, is a certain degree of transparency. It's an amazing, look at this, a citizen has a right to full disclosure. We don't have a right to know what they're doing to us here in this country and what that involvement is. It's a clear breach of charter law, and it creates 2 classes of citizenry: those who are interested or targeted or persecuted by the CCP, such as the most recent transnational campaign of harm against Shenyun, and those who the CCP is not interested in. And so it's not a way to live in this country to have 2 classes of Canadians.
Do you buy that argument from Carney then, that it is operational, it is classified, and it is information that needs to be top secret because it is in regards to security matters?
Well, no, I guess in law we can't buy it, because under our Charter of Rights, we have a right to full disclosure, and we have a right to know what police officers can and can't do to us. whether they are foreign officers on Canadian soil working on behalf of a different country with Canadian permission, or whether or not we're dealing with Canadian police officers. So there is no, but by the way, what's very, very interesting is that diplomacy and diplomatic niceties are being used in so many ways to allow for foreign interference, and it allows for the contravention of our charter rights. For example, bringing it back to the Shenyun topic, and I'm particularly aggrieved by this because here you have 18, 19-year-old, 20-year-old kids at the height of their performing abilities, who have to go, and they don't know before they go on stage. They're being harassed, bomb threats, cancel venues. It's unfair. Understanding that Shenyun is not foreign. Shenyun is Canadian, made by Canadian artists. A lot of our performers are Canadian citizens, born in Canada. In that context, you realize that, and I'll give you an easy analogy. Drug crime and the cartels, right? The drugs are made in overseas, they're smuggled into Canada, and the drug dealers deal with that in Canada. It's a whole conspiracy. It's criminal participation. It's a whole crime. Even if you haven't made the drugs and you're just involved in distribution, you are a criminal. Here you have the same types of activities. You have criminal activities that are sanctioned and protected by diplomatic immunity. And in the case of the Shenyun harassment, the bomb threats, that's illegal. It's a crime threats, the criminal harassment, mischief, etc. A whole slew of criminal activities. Some of it is some of that participation is coming obviously from overseas, but once it arrives here, it's the finality of the work is we believe exercised by the CCP's foreign service under the guise of diplomatic immunity. And here it is, you have all of this policing in aid of the military police service of the CCP. But again, you don't get access to it. You don't know it. You don't know the details of what it is that they do here under the guise of diplomatic immunity and international relations. It's an opaque way. It's an indirect way to contravene the rights of Canadians.
I wonder, I'm sorry, you've got me thinking about this.
अच्छा, वैसे मैं इसे पॉज करदा, मैं एक सवाल मैनू आया मेरे माइंड 'ਚ कि क्यों ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵਿਦੇਸ਼ੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਵਿਦੇਸ਼ੀ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕਿਉਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਮਗਰ ਪੈਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਇੱਕ ਸਵਾਲ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕਿਉਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਮਗਰ ਵਿਦੇਸ਼ੀ ਸਰਕਾਰਾਂ ਜਾਂ ਵਿਦੇਸ਼ੀ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਪੈਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਜਦੋਂ ਵਿਦੇਸ਼ 'ਚ ਆ ਗਏ, ਇੱਕ ਦੂਜੇ ਮੁਲਕ ਦੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਨਾਗਰਿਕਤਾ ਲੈ ਲਈ, ਤਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਮਗਰ ਕਿਉਂ ਇਹ ਮੁਲਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਪੈ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਮੁਲਕਾਂ ਦੀ ਪਲੀ ਕੀ ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ ਇਸ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਖਤਮ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਆਪਣਾ another address ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ
I had a client a couple of decades ago. It's all public. Lai Chong-sing, where the Chinese government sent some people over to basically intimidate him to come back. He refused. There was actually a diplomatic protest from the government of Canada about that at the time. They gave undertakings to get him back. The court said they weren't good enough, and they gave further undertakings, which the court accepted, and then they weren't respected, and the Canadian government couldn't do anything about it. In terms of the present agreement, I mean, sure, it should be made public, but the issue is frankly not public or private. The issue is whether it should be there at all. And I don't believe that simply making it public is going to resolve the issue. In principle, there shouldn't be cooperation with a state that doesn't have the rule of law and uses the criminal justice system basically to get after people that it's targeting politically, and not for criminal reasons. Thanks.
Carly and Mr. Lee, if you wouldn't mind, I have one more question for the two of you. Under the former government of Justin Trudeau, there was a foreign interference law that was passed. We're supposed to have a foreign registry, agent registry, which has not been implemented. Right now, we have a foreign interference commissioner who has been named. Do you feel safer now under Prime Minister Mark Carney, knowing what he's doing, than you did before?
I strongly support. I strongly support that the law should be implemented. That if the implementation is done, then I'll feel much safer.
Do you feel safer knowing that there is now more ties? There's a pursuit by the Carney government of warming economic ties. The foreign minister Wang Yi is coming. Do you feel safer?
No.
Why is that? Explain, please.
Actually, when we do, the business trade with China, we should not forget Canadian values. Human rights should not be forgotten. Because in China, human rights abuses continue, anti-humanity crimes continue. We should see clearly that Chinese Communist Party is hostile to humanity, and we should not just turn a deaf ear or blind eye to what's happening in China just for what we can see, short-sighted, the interests for the country, but forget the long-term who we are, what Canada is, and simply just for shortcoming interest to get so much ties with China. We should be more clear and distinguish who is our real friend, who is actually the enemy behind.
Do you trust the RCMP to keep you safe if they have an agreement with Chinese police?
Can you say it again?
Because there is an agreement between the RCMP and Chinese police, do you feel confident Canadian police can keep you safe?
I doubt it. I hope that's not happening, to be honest. Thank you.
Yeah, me too.
Maybe I was part of this Commission of Inquiry into Foreign Interference. The NGO Human Rights Action Group put together a human rights coalition which represented a number of diaspora communities, including the Falun Gong community, which got intervener status at this Commission of Inquiry. And we put in a lot of evidence about transnational repression directed against diaspora communities in Canada, including the Falun Gong community. The commissioner basically didn't deal with that issue, and she said so in a report, saying it goes beyond the mandate that she was dealing with. And what we're looking with the foreign interference legislation, which really...
Listen, it's called connecting, and it's insane. I don't do timesheets or schedules manually.
Interference that's going to government, going to elections, but it doesn't deal with transnational repression against diaspora communities. And sure, there's a problem with the agreement, but the problem is beyond that, because we don't have a proper legal structure. We don't have a legal structure to deal with transnational repression. It's not even mentioned in the law. And the Falun Gong community and many other diaspora communities are victimized by it, and something needs to be done about it.
Thank you. This concludes the press conference. Merci. C'est ce qui conclut cette conférence de presse.
ਸੋ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹਿਊਮਨ ਰਾਈਟਸ ਦੇ ਲਾਇਰਸ ਨੇ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ, ਆਪਣੇ ਕੰਸਰਨ ਜ਼ਾਹਿਰ ਕੀਤੇ, ਔਰ ਵਾਕਈ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੋਕ ਆਪੋ ਆਪਣੇ ਮੁਲਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮੁਲਕ 'ਚ ਰਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਹੈ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਤੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਧੱਕਾ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ। ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਹੀ ਇੱਕ ਐਸਾ ਮੁਲਕ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਨਾਹ ਦੇ ਦਿੰਦਾ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਰਿਫਿਊਜ ਦਿੰਦਾ, ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਆ ਕੇ ਰਹੋ ਔਰ ਆਪਣੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਗੁਜ਼ਾਰੋ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਧਰਮ ਨੂੰ ਮੰਨਦੇ ਹੋ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿਤੇ ਜਾਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕਿਸੇ ਕਿਸਮ ਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਡਿਸਕ੍ਰਿਮੀਨੇਸ਼ਨ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦੀ। ਹਾਂ, ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਇਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਐਕਸੈਪਸ਼ਨਸ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਹਰ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਹੈਗੀਆਂ, ਇੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਹੈ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਮੋਰ ਔਰ ਲੈਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਫਰੀडम ਆਫ ਐਕਸਪ੍ਰੈਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ, ਫਰੀडम ਆਫ ਸਪੀਚ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਹੈ। ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਕਈ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਤੇ ਸਿਲੈਕਟਿਵ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਮੋਸਟਲੀ ਹੈ। ਹੁਣ ਸਵਾਲ ਇਹ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਕਿਉਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਖਿਲਾਫ ਉਹ ਮੁਲਕ ਪੈਂਦੇ ਆ। ਮੈਂ ਜਸਟ ਗਿਵਿੰਗ ਯੂ ਐਨ ਐਗਜ਼ਾਮਪਲ ਕਿ ਕੋਈ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਮੁਲਕ ਚੋਂ ਠੱਗੀ ਕਰਕੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੇ ਪੈਮਾਨੇ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕਰੋੜਾਂ ਅਰਬਾਂ ਰੁਪਈਆ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਦੌੜ ਜਾਵੇ, ਫਰਾਰ ਹੋ ਜਾਵੇ, ਔਰ ਕੋਈ ਹੋਰ ਮੁਲਕ ਨੂੰ ਪਨਾਹ ਦੇ ਦੇਵੇ। ਉਹ ਇਹ ਕਹਿ ਦੇਵੇ ਕਿ ਜੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਖਤਰਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਜੇ ਵਾਪਸ ਗਿਆ ਤਾਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਤਾਂ ਕੁਛ ਹੋ ਜਾਊਗਾ। ਸੋ ਕੀ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਏ ਉਸ ਕੇਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ? ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵਾਪਸ ਭੇਜ ਦੇਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗ ਜਾਏ, ਜਾਂ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਕਹਿਣ ਕਿ ਨਹੀਂ ਜੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਸਬੂਤ ਇਕੱਠੇ ਕਰੋ, ਉਹ ਮੁਲਕ ਨੂੰ ਕਹੋ ਸਾਡੇ ਖਿਲਾਫ ਸਬੂਤ ਦੇਵੇ, ਉਹ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਸਬੂਤ ਦੇਣ, ਫਿਰ ਇਹ ਕਹਿਣ ਸਾਡੇ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਨਾਲ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਬੂਤ ਪੂਰੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੇ। ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਕੇਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਹੋਏ ਆ। ਇੱਕ ਰੀਸੈਂਟ ਕੱਲ ਮੈਂ ਪੜ੍ਹ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਕਿਤੇ ਕਿ ਇੱਥੇ 2 ਜਾਣੇ, ਇੱਕ ਮੁਲਕ ਹੈ, 3 ਜਾਣੇ ਇਨਫੈਕਟ ਆਏ ਹੋਏ ਆ, ਆਪਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਾਣਦੇ ਆ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਹੁਣ ਡਿਪੋਰਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਰਡਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਨਿਕਲਣੇ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਏ ਜਦੋਂ ਇਮੀਗ੍ਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਦੋਹੇ ਧਿਰਾਂ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਦੂਜੇ ਦੇ ਖਿਲਾਫ ਇਹ ਕਹਿ ਕੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ 6 ਮਹੀਨੇ ਟਪਾਲੇ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜੀ ਜੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਭੇਜਤਾ ਨਾ ਵਾਪਸ ਸਾਡੇ ਮੁਲਕ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਇਹ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ B ਕੋਲੋਂ ਖਤਰਾ ਹੈ, ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦੋਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਭੇਜਤਾ ਉੱਥੇ ਤੇ ਇਹਨੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਤੇ ਹਮਲੇ ਕਰ ਦੇਣੇ ਆ ਜਾਂ ਕਰਵਾ ਦੇਣੇ ਆ ਤੇ ਮੇਰੀ ਜਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਖਤਰਾ ਹੈ। ਤੇ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ B ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਭੇਜਦਾ ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਤੇ ਮੇਰੀ ਜਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਖਤਰਾ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਮੇਰੇ ਤੇ ਹਮਲਾ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੈ, ਹਮਲਾ ਕਰਵਾ ਸਕਦਾ। ਉਹ ਇਸੇ ਚੱਕਰਵਿਊਹ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ 6 ਮਹੀਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੱਢ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਆਈ ਟਰਾਈ ਟੂ, ਮੈਂ ਲੱਭ ਕੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦਿਖਾਈ ਦੇਣਾ। ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ, ਆਈ ਵਿਲ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਇਟ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ। ਮਤਲਬ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦਿਖਾਣਾ ਹੈ ਪਿਆ ਕਿ ਲੂਪ ਹੋਲ ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਕਿਉਂ ਇਹ ਮੁਲਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮਗਰ ਪੈਂਦੇ ਆ। ਜੇ ਕੋਈ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਕ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਕਰਕੇ ਆਇਆ ਕੋਈ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਇੱਕ ਮੁਲਕ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਉਹਦੀ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਖਤਰਾ ਹੈ, ਉੱਥੇ ਕੋਈ ਟੈਰਰ ਜਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਕ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਕਰਕੇ ਦੂਜੇ ਮੁਲਕ 'ਚ ਭੱਜ ਗਿਆ, ਤਾਂ ਕੀ ਥ੍ਰੈਸ਼ਹੋਲਡ ਹੋਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ? ਆਈ ਐਮ ਨਾਟ ਸ਼ੋਰ ਕਿ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੀ ਕੀ MOU ਸਾਈਨ ਹੋਇਆ ਜਾਂ ਕਿਹੋ ਜਿਹਾ ਅਗਰੀਮੈਂਟ ਹੋਇਆ ਕਿ ਦੋਹੇ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਇੱਕ ਦੂਜੇ ਦੇ ਮੁਲਕ ਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਕੰਸਰਨ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਹੋਏਗਾ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਫੜ ਕੇ ਇੱਕ ਦੂਜੇ ਦੇ ਹਵਾਲੇ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਜਾਏਗਾ ਜਾਂ ਕਿ ਪਨਾਹ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾਏਗੀ। ਆਮ ਨਾਟ ਸ਼ੋਰ, ਬਟ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਹ ਕਲਾਸੀਫਾਈਡ ਹੋਣ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਇੱਕ ਸਵਾਲ ਪੈਦਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਜੇਕਰ ਤਾਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਧਰਮ ਦੇ ਲਿਹਾਜ਼ ਨਾਲ ਜਾਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਜੈਂਡਰ ਦੇ ਲਿਹਾਜ਼ ਨਾਲ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਉੱਥੇ ਤਸ਼ੱਦਦ ਮਿਲਦੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਇਹ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ 'ਚ ਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਤਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ ਗੁਜ਼ਾਰ ਰਿਹਾ। ਜੇ ਫਿਰ ਵੀ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਟਾਰਗੇਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਦੈਨ ਇਟ ਇਜ਼ ਅ ਡਿਫਰੈਂਟ ਥਿੰਗ। ਪਰ ਜੇ ਉਹ ਇੱਥੇ ਆ ਕੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ਰਨ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੀ ਆੜ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪਣੇ ਪੁਰਾਣੇ ਮੁਲਕ ਨੂੰ ਤੋੜਨ ਦੀ, ਖਰਾਬ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ, ਉੱਥੇ ਟੈਰਰ ਫੈਲਾਉਣ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਦਾ, ਦੈਨ ਫਿਰ ਉਹਦਾ ਵੀ ਸੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾਏ। ਕੱਲ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ which was very interesting। ਤੇ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਕੰਵਰ ਸੀਰਾ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿ ਇਮੀਗ੍ਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਮੁੱਦਿਆਂ ਤੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁੱਲ੍ਹ ਕੇ ਲਿਖਦੇ ਆ, ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁੱਲ੍ਹ ਕੇ ਲਿਖਦੇ ਆ ਇਮੀਗ੍ਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਮੁੱਦਿਆਂ ਤੇ, ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਇਮੀਗ੍ਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਮੁੱਦਿਆਂ ਤੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁੱਲ੍ਹ ਕੇ ਲਿਖਦੇ ਆ ਕੰਵਰ ਸੀਰਾ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੱਲ ਇੱਕ ਪੋਸਟ ਪਾਈ ਸੀ, ਆਈ ਐਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਦੈਟ ਪੋਸਟ। ਆਹ ਪੋਸਟ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੱਲ ਪਾਈ ਸੀ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾਜ਼ ਮੋਸਟ ਐਬਸਰਡ fake asylum claim ever। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ came to Canada as a visitor together as a family in 2017, got separated allegedly, claimed threats from each other in 2023 while both staying inside Canada for 6 years, not 6 months, 6 years। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਪੇਜ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਦਾ ਉਹ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਥੇ ਲਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਡਿਸੀਜਨ ਦੀ ਕਾਪੀ ਵੀ ਲਾਈ ਹੋਈ। ਸੋ ਇਨ ਕੇਸ somebody wants to check, ਉਹ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਉਸ ਡਿਸੀਜਨ ਦੀ ਕਾਪੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਚੈੱਕ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਆ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪੇਜ ਥੱਲੇ ਲਾਇਆ ਹੋਇਆ, ਮੈਂ ਵੱਡਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਲਾ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਇੱਥੇ, ਆ ਲਓ, ਆ ਦੇਖੋ। उन्हें साफ लिखा the applicant Karamjeet Kaur Sidhu and her 2 adult children, Gagandeep Kaur Sidhu and Amanpreet Kaur Sidhu, are citizens of India. Mrs. Sidhu arrived in Canada as a visitor in 2017, followed a few months later by Gagandeep, Amanpreet and her husband, Balgeet Singh Sidhu. Mrs. Sidhu subsequently obtained temporary resident status in Canada as a worker. ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਗਗਨਦੀਪ ਕੌਰ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਆਏ, ਫਿਰ ਮਾਫ ਕਰਨਾ, ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਕਰਮਜੀਤ ਕੌਰ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਆਏ, ਫਿਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ 2017 ਚੋਂ ਐਜ਼ ਵਿਜ਼ਟਰ ਆਏ, ਇੱਥੇ ਆ ਕੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਵਰਕ ਵੀਜ਼ਾ ਲੈ ਲਿਆ ਤੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਕੁਝ ਮਹੀਨਿਆਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਹੀ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਬੇਟੇ ਨੂੰ ਗਗਨਦੀਪ ਨੂੰ ਤੇ ਗਗਨਦੀਪ ਲੜਕੀ ਤੇ ਅਮਨਪ੍ਰੀਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਲੜਕਾ ਦੋਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸੱਦ ਲਿਆ ਤੇ ਨਾਲ ਆਪਣੇ ਘਰ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਸੱਦ ਲਿਆ, ਬਲਜੀਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਨੂੰ 2017 ਚ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ 2023 ਚ, ਅਕਤੂਬਰ 2023 ਚ the applicants claimed refugee protection on the basis that they cannot return to India because they would be targeted by Mr. Sidhu, who had abused them in the past and threatened to kill them if they returned to India. At the time, the couple was separated and Mr. Sidhu was a temporary resident working in Canada. ਘਰ ਵਾਲੇ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਲੈ ਲਿਆ ਵਰਕ ਪਰਮਿਟ 2023 ਚ, ਦੋਹੇ ਸੈਪਰੇਟ ਹੋ ਗਏ। ਇੱਥੇ ਕਾਗਜ਼ਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਈ ਡੋਂਟ ਨੋ ਸੱਚੀ ਮੁੱਚੀ ਹੋਏ ਜਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਏ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਦੋਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਰਿਫਿਊਜੀ ਕਲੇਮ ਲਾ ਲਿਆ। ਔਰ ਕਲੇਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ, ਡੈਪੋਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਆਰਡਰ, ਕਲੇਮ ਰਿਫਿਊਜੀ ਕਲੇਮ ਦੇਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਦੱਸਣਾ ਪੈਣਾ ਕਿ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਕੀ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਲਾਇਆ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਭੇਜ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਤਾਂ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਹਮਲਾ ਕਰ ਦੇਣਗੇ। ਇਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਦੂਜੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਵਾਈਲ ਬੋਥ ਸਟੇਇੰਗ ਇਨਸਾਈਡ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਫॉर 6 years। ਹੁਣ ਜਦੋਂ ਇਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਕਲੇਮ ਕੀਤੇ ਜਾਣ ਤੇ ਜੇ ਇਹ ਉੱਠ ਕੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸਾਂ ਕਰ ਦੇਣ ਜੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਤੇ ਤਾਂ ਉਸ ਮੁਲਕ 'ਚ ਤਸ਼ੱਦਦ ਹੋ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਸਾਡੇ ਤੇ ਤਾਂ ਇਹ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਉਹ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ। ਹੁਣ ਸਹੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਐਕਚੁਅਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੋਕ ਪਰੇਸ਼ਾਨ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ, ਐਕਚੁਅਲ ਲੋਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪੀੜਤ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਵੀ ਓਪਰਚੁਨਿਟੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਖਰਾਬ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਠੱਗਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ। ਠੱਗਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਵੀ ਓਪਰਚੁਨਿਟੀ ਖਤਮ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਆਈ ਸ਼ੁਡ ਸੇ। ਹੁਣ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੈਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦਿਖਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਕੰਵਰ ਸੇਨਾ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਪੋਸਟ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਨਾਲ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਅਫੀਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਕਾਪੀ ਵੀ ਲਾਈ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਹੁਣ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਤੇ ਕੀ ਕਹੋਗੇ? Let me share another information with you. ਇਹ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜਾ ਪਰੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਚੱਲੀ ਜਾਣੀਆਂ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਰੌਲਾ ਪਾਣਾ, ਰੌਲਾ ਵੀ ਪਾਈ ਜਾਣਾ, ਹੋਰ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਵੀ ਕਰੀ ਜਾਣੀਆਂ। ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਮਿੰਟ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਐਬੋਲਾ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਐਬੋਲਾ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਐਬੋਲਾ ਡਿਜ਼ੀਜ਼ ਫੈਲਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ, ਇਹਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ। ਰਣਦੀਪ ਸਰਾਏ ਜਿਹੜੇ MP ਨੇ ਸਰੀ ਸੈਂਟਰ ਤੋਂ, ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਆਫ ਸਟੇਟ ਨੇ ਫॉर ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਡਿਵੈਲਪਮੈਂਟ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਔਰ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਆਫ ਹੈਲਥ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਮੈਰਜੋਰੀ ਮਾਈਚੇਲ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ।
All good. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming. I'm pleased to be joined by my colleagues, Minister Michel, MP Natumba, Juanita, and Ampli Jackson. Canada has always believed that the best way to protect Canadians is to help the world. That's why today I'm announcing that Canada is committing $8 million to support the global response to the Ebola outbreak. J'annonce aujourd'hui que le Canada s'engage et verser $8 millions pour soutenir la lutte mondiale contre l'épidémie de Ebola. Ebola is a devastating disease.
That's
It
very
spreads
great,
quickly, it has a high fatality rate,
yeah.
and it does not
French
respect
border.
borders.
That's very
When
good.
outbreaks occur, the response must be swift and well coordinated to protect as many lives as possible. Canada has long been a reliable partner in responding to global health emergencies, and we're not standing on the sidelines now. The funding announced today will flow through mechanisms supporting partners already deployed on the ground to ensure support reaches as many people as quickly as possible. These include support to the WHO's Contingency Fund for Emergency, the African Centre for Disease Control, the Red Cross Movement, and Canadian NGOs. We're also mobilizing Canadian expertise, including the deployment of a public health emergencies coordinator to support the Red Cross and working closely with partners to ensure our response reflects the evolving needs in affected countries. We recognize that the global health landscape is changing and has become
GoDaddy has everything you need. Choose from a range of code-free tools.
making outbreaks harder to contain. But Canada's commitment to global health security and to protecting the most vulnerable is unwavering. Nous continuerons de surveiller la situation. We'll continue to monitor the situation, and we will adjust our approach as the situation evolves. Thank you. Merci.
Sir, last year your government cut global health funding. That was $2.7 billion over 4 years in international aid. You're now today saying Canada is a reliable partner, but it wasn't last year. Doesn't this outbreak and the COVID-19 pandemic show that global health funding is not a nice to have, it's a need to have?
Look, our commitment to global health is very strong. We've all had to readjust due to the economic circumstances. I think many European partners had to do the same type of thing. But our commitment to global health remains. We replenished it again. We've replenished our commitment to Gavi as well, and CEPI was just here. So we've been working with all agencies that are working on disease control, prevention of health, and I'm happy to know that many of them, even now, like Gavi and Global Health, are pivoting to help with this Ebola crisis, and we'll continue to monitor that and do the best we can based on the economic situation at hand.
We're just going to Charlotte also speaks, so we're just going to
Oh, sorry, I jumped the gun. Okay.
No, it's fine. Alors, bonjour tout le monde, merci beaucoup d'être ici. Comme vous le savez, il y a 2 jours, ici même, la ministre Diable et moi-même avons annoncé par principe de précaution des mesures temporaires à nos frontières afin de réduire le risque d'entrée et de propagation du virus au Canada, notamment avec la Coupe du monde de la FIFA. Notre gouvernement s'engage à soutenir les efforts mondiaux de la lutte contre le virus de l'Ebola. En cette période d'incertitude, nous ne pouvons tout simplement pas nous permettre de laisser qui que ce soit pour compte. Que ce soit en soutenant l'aide humanitaire sur le terrain, comme le secrétaire d'État Sarai vient tout juste d'annoncer, ou en envoyant de l'expertise scientifique canadienne en matière d'Ebola, comme l'Agence de la santé publique du Canada l'a fait. It is absolutely crucial that we as global partners stand with our neighbors near and far to collectively confront this Ebola outbreak. Diseases do not respect borders. Secretary Sarai said it. That's why Canada's commitment to the global Ebola response is so important. The Public Health Agency of Canada continues to be in close contact with the WHO and CDC Africa to assess which resources Canada can deploy quickly to support efforts on the ground in the region as the situation continues to evolve quickly. Mes pensées accompagnent les citoyens de la République démocratique du Congo et de l'Ouganda, ainsi que les Canadiens d'origine congolaise et ougandaise, les travailleurs de la santé et tous les travailleurs humanitaires qui mènent une lutte sur le terrain pour contenir l'Ebola et sauver des vies. Merci beaucoup.
You basically said that the new travel measures ahead of FIFA aren't a question of science. If they're not a question of science, why is your government implementing them?
Well, what I said, we are taking precautionary measures and we are taking a regional approach because we have FIFA. I think FIFA is the key element, because as you know, people are traveling a lot during FIFA, and even if Canada still remains low risk, but we are taking all the precautionary measures, and we are aligning with the US and Mexico to have the same kind of measures. And I have to say that also, when I was talking with my provincial and territorial counterpart, they wanted us to a little bit more to secure the border because of FIFA. So this is why the Minister of Immigration announced some measures for 90 days.
But the U.S. brought in those measures weeks before Canada did. Was the U.S. pressuring Canada to move on this?
No, nobody was pressuring Canada.
The U.S. administration didn't talk to you at all about travel measures?
No, I spoke directly with my Mexican counterpart, and we had a discussion, and we were saying we need to align. You need to understand that Canada don't have match in Canada with the Congolese. You know, the Congolese team is not coming here because they are playing in Mexico and the US, but we are partnering in this. We are in the same region, and it's, you know, but we didn't put exactly the same measures, but we are aligning our measures.
Minister, if you're saying Ebola doesn't respect borders, this outbreak doesn't respect borders, then help us understand why restrictions on travel are going to be helpful.
You know, restriction on travel are going to be helpful because you will have a big number of people traveling during that period. So people who went to Africa 21 days ago, before 21 days, would have to isolate because this virus takes 21 days to show. So we are taking precautionary measures. Is it perfect? Certainly not. But we are taking the measures with the tools we have because we know we need to protect the population. And we need to give people, even Congolese people or Canadian people, the comfort that we are doing all we can to contain this virus if ever it has to cross the border.
So is it a question of comfort and not science then?
I already said that WHO. No, I said WHO recommendation was not to move with the border closure. And that's not the recommendation from public health. As I said, it's a regional decision that we took with our partners and the provinces and territories to protect Canadians the more we can. Because as you know, people are traveling a lot during those periods.
The CDC came out against these travel measures in the West today. Do you have any response to the African CDC who says this isn't based in science?
Well, I didn't see what African CDC said, but at the same time, they said that the Ebola is spreading and it's not under control. So I read it. So, you know, it's like, you know, it's very difficult to, and you know it, it's very difficult to have a real assessment on what is going on the ground. It's very difficult. And I do get the sensitivity of the measures we are taking. And it's not fun for us to take those measures, but we are taking them hoping that we are protecting Canadians. Because right now we have to, that's my rule. I have to protect, that's my first one. Even if I do understand that, you know, it's still low risk, but, and as I said during the first press conference, I don't want to avoid the fact that people after COVID, you know, every time you are talking about virus, something, people are very scared. And you know, people remembered that the first time they told them, oh, WHO said, no, do not do this, do not do that. And after, so this is the kind of narrative I'm trying. And as I said, I'm not saying it's perfect, but we are putting, and we will watch the situation, we will adapt the situation. And as I said, it's for 90 days. It's during the FIFA period.
Did the Detroit flight that ended up landing in Montreal with the person who was from a country that was dealing with an Ebola outbreak, did that prompt these new travel measures at all? Was that related?
No, not at all.
On the funding, just one more question on the funding. Is it redistributed funding from another program? Is it considered new funding? Can you, because you guys were cutting funding last year. So exactly where are you pulling this $8 million from?
This is all new funding. It's all new funding that's needed. And on top of that, like we said, some of the funding that we've already given, like for Gavi, for CEPI, for global health, they're repurposing on the ground to deal with Ebola versus some of the other issues, knowing that this is the most important one on hand. And I think just to answer, as Minister Michel was saying, FIFA brings a unique situation where you have large gatherings of people, 50,000, 60,000 people, a lot coming for fan base from their countries going. So it can end up being a super spreader if you don't contain it. So on the normal sciences, I think when tourists come, it's a very different situation. But when they're all coming and they're going to big gatherings, whether they're outdoor, indoor, in a stadium with 60,000 plus, I think the additional precautionary measures are required to keep Canadians safe.
Thank you so much. Where is actually going? Who is it going to, and what is it actually going to do?
I can quickly tell you that it's to WHO, Asia, Africa Center for Disease Control, as well as World Vision, Red Cross Network, and a few others. Thank you.
So ਜਿਹੜੀ ਡਿਫੈਂਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਡਿਸਕਸ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ ਨਾ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਉਹ ਆਏ ਹੋਏ ਸੀਗੇ former secretary, a former Chachi, his French is as good as my father's cooking. But at least he tried. He tried. That is the best thing. At least he tried. French. He got through it. Thank you so much. चलो कोशिश की थी उन्होंने. मैं I'll say this के at least he tried. ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰੀਅਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰੋਫਾਈਲ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਮਿਲਣ ਵਾਲੀ ਆ. ਜਿਵੇਂ ਛੱਡ ਕੇ ਗਏ ਨਾ ਉਹ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲ ਜਾਣੀ ਹੈ. ਇਹ ਨਾਨ ਕੰਟਰੋਵਰਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਔਰ ਫ੍ਰੈਂਚ ਸਿੱਖ ਰਹੇ ਆ. ਸੋ ਦੈਟ ਮੀਨਸ ਕਿ ਕੁਛ ਨਾ ਕੁਛ ਮਿਲ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੈ ਆਉਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਸਮੇਂ 'ਚ. ਅੱਛਾ, ਅੱਜ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਅੱਜ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਕੈਨਸੈਕ ਦੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਆ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਕੈਨਸੈਕ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਫਾਰਮਰ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਐਡਵਾਈਜ਼ਰ ਆਏ ਹੋਏ ਸੀ US ਦੇ, ਉੱਥੇ MI6 ਦੇ ਡਾਇਰੈਕਟਰ ਵੀ ਆਏ ਆ, MI6 ਦੇ. ਸੋ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਬੜੀਆਂ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਹੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ. ਉਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਕਾਫੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਹੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ. ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਦੇਣਾ. ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਵੀ ਦੱਸਦਾ ਕਿ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਾ ਇੱਕਦਮ ਫਲੋ ਆਉਣਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਇਆ. ਅੱਛਾ, ਅੱਜ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਕ ਡਿਸਕਸ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਵਲਾਦੀਮੀਰ ਜ਼ੈਲੈਂਸਕੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਗਏ ਹੋਏ ਆ ਸਵੀਡਨ. ਉੱਥੇ ਉਹ ਸਵੀਡਿਸ਼ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲੇ ਆ, ਉਲਫ ਕ੍ਰਿਸਟਰਸਨ ਨੂੰ. ਇੱਥੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਜਹਾਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਗਏ ਆ, ਫਾਈਟਰ ਪਲੇਨਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਗਏ ਆ. ਆਈ ਐਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਦੈਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ. ਔਰ ਇਹ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਦੇ ਲਿਹਾਜ਼ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਵੱਡੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਲੱਗ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਯੂਰਪ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੁਣ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਥੋੜਾ ਦੂਰ ਹਟਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਔਰ ਵਲਾਦੀਮੀਰ ਜ਼ੈਲੈਂਸਕੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ यूक्रेन ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਮਾਫ ਕਰਨਾ ਰਾਸ਼ਟਰਪਤੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਸਵੀਡਿਸ਼ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲੇ ਆ ਜੋ ਸਵੀਡਨ ਦੇ ਨੇ 1 ਸੈਕਿੰਡ ਔਰ ਇੱਥੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸੁਣਾਉਣਾ ਔਰ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਬੈਕਡ੍ਰੌਪ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਜਹਾਜ਼ਾਂ ਦਾ ਬਣਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਬੈਕਡ੍ਰੌਪ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਜਹਾਜ਼ਾਂ ਦਾ ਬਣਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਆਪਣੀ ਗੱਲ ਘੱਟ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸਿਸ ਇੰਨੀਆਂ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਲੱਭ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੀਆਂ
You, Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, to sign the agreements. Thank you.
ਚਾਚੀ ਇਤਰੋਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੀਤਾਨੰਦ ਚੰਗੀ ਫ੍ਰੈਂਚ ਬੋਲਦੇ ਆ ਹਾਂ ਯੈਸ ਉਹ ਚੰਗਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਫ੍ਰੈਂਚ ਅੱਛੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ ਪੋਜੀਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵਨ ਆਫ ਦਾ the strongest position portfolio is already getting ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਕਿ ਦੋ ਭਾਸ਼ਾਵਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਊਗਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਟ੍ਰਾਂਸਲੇਟਰ ਹੋਣਗੇ ਨਾ
Well, President Zelenskyy, dear Volodymyr, great to have you in Sweden again. This time, another air base. Last time was in Linköping, the civilian, the Saab air base. This time it is Uppsala military air base. Last time we signed a letter of intent between Ukraine and Sweden. And we said back then that this is the start of a long journey between the two of us. And honestly, I know, even if they wouldn't admit it just today, that some people had a hard time to really believe that this deal could be concluded. The deal we started discussions on with the agreement in Linköping, that deal could be concluded, and we do that today. Today we take the next step. Since then, Russia's war remains intense, and nobody knows that better than you and your team. But their war efforts do not remain successful. Ukrainian forces continue to demonstrate exceptional resilience, skills, and determination in defending your country and our values. Thank you so much for what you are doing for the rest of Europe. Och nu på svenska, ni som var med oss för...
Those of you who were with us last year, you might want to use your headsets, Mr. President. Those of you who were with us last time, you might have remembered the declaration of intent that President Zelenskyy and myself signed at that time to pave the way for a large-scale export deal for Sweden up to 150 JAS 39 Gripen fighters of the most recent variant, Eric, as it's referred to in military terms, for E. This would be beneficial to Ukraine, we stated then, but also for the defense of Europe as a whole, and that of Sweden, of course, and a very great opportunity for Swedish defense industry to expand the family operating with JAS 39 Gripen, the world's best fighter jet. Air defense is the single greatest capability and need that Ukraine has. We witness this almost on a daily basis on television during the long winter, where Ukraine was able to hold up better than many had dared to hope for against the aggressions. And Sweden has, as we know, already contributed greatly with support to the anti-aircraft and air defense of Ukraine. We've delivered aircraft systems that can be carried across a shoulder or a mountain, Robot 70 or Hawk, for example. We've ordered the Triton system and advanced radar for delivery to Ukraine for all those of you who are more interested in the technical specifications. But there is a significant need for a modern air defense for Ukraine. A long-range defense capability is necessary. We see this on television every single day almost. Currently, there are previously Soviet-era aircraft and a donated F-16 Mirage fighter jets and Mirage 2000 fighters. This is what Ukraine has available. And we stated already at that stage that we can contribute in the best manner possible to the radar reconnaissance system, which is already available in Ukraine. And we also stated back then that in the longer term, Gripen is the best and optimal choice for Ukraine. So today we take the next major step on this joint journey. Ukraine has very clearly indicated Gripen as the choice and their priority for long-term air defense in Ukraine. And they would like to purchase the most recent model, Eric. Frederick, we have them over here on this side. In a first step, today's agreement between Sweden and Ukraine entails the purchase of 20 new Gripen E. The negotiations and all the details and preparations are underway, but our ambition is to quickly conclude an agreement, a complete agreement, which will enable deliveries as of 2030. This is a historic decision for Sweden, but it also strengthens Ukraine's air defense significantly. Secondly, Ukraine has requested that the Swedish continued support for Ukraine will take place within the framework of previously used Gripen, which is currently the one used here on my other side, Caesar and David variants of Gripen, which we have in the Swedish Air Force. It is a tried and tested variant and has been used since the early first years of the 2000s in Sweden. So a handover of 16 in total of such Gripen CD variants will be made when the agreement with Ukraine on the purchase of new iterations of Gripen has been concluded. When Ukraine signs the agreement for Gripen in the near future and Sweden receives the necessary export permits, which are always required in any major export agreement and which have so far always been granted, delivery of Gripen CD, the current model in existence, will take place as of the early parts of 2027, and it will greatly and rapidly strengthen Ukraine's and Europe's air defense. And President Zelenskyy and myself recently met one of the Ukraine test pilots who've been up a number of times flying the Gripen fighter jet, and he pointed out that this is a great game changer in the Ukrainian air defense. We will also contribute with maintenance and training here in Sweden and all the necessary components to be able to use the system in its entirety. That has already begun. And thirdly, providing the current security situation, it is incredibly important to Sweden that we can rapidly replace the capacity which we are now handing over, so that new Gripen E fighter jets, which have previously been commissioned, will be on full delivery to the Swedish Air Force, replacing the fighter jets we donate to with other Gripen fighters. Sweden is part of the group of countries that have provided Ukraine with the most military products and equipment. And today we are totaling 128 billion Swedish kroner since this horrific war began by Russia. When we support Ukraine, we also support Sweden and Europe. And to me and the Swedish government, no task is more important.
Hello, and welcome to Bitdefender Gravity Zone Small Business Security.
Thanks so much, Ulf.
Dear Ulf, dear Mr. Prime Minister, thank you for this meeting, for this visit, for this tremendous help. Dear friends, distinguished members of our delegations, dear Sweden, first of all, thank you, Sweden, for all the support you have provided to Ukraine. We highly appreciated the support to our people and to our defense. Sweden has stood absolutely principled in defending life, and we deeply appreciate it. It is exactly this kind of determination, the kind Sweden has shown, that can bring peace closer. And we very much wish that some of our other Ukrainian partners were equally consistent, principled, and willing to help within the limits of what they are truly capable of. This is truly a historic event, a historic day for our cooperation and for our countries. Today, Sweden announced a new support package for Ukraine, and this support opens a new level for us in saving the lives of our people, in protecting our cities, and protecting our communities. This package worth $2.7 billion includes a range of important elements to make us stronger. It also includes funding specifically for drone production, nearly $400 million. But most importantly, Gripens. And Mr. Prime Minister spelled it out, and we've started this conversation. And last year, at the end of last year, we've made relevant decisions. In my view, they were equally important and historic, but we started in December. We had this agreement, and today we have a decision regarding combat aircraft, Swedish combat aircraft that will definitely strengthen our air fleet, our air defense. And more than $2 billion from this package is allocated specifically for aircraft. We expect to receive the first capabilities, the first Gripens, within the next 10 months, and we'll do everything, we'll do our best on our end, and we count on this very much. And importantly, these aircraft will come with the appropriate weapons package, which will also help our defense against Russian guided aerial bombs. We're talking specifically about a squadron of Gripens for Ukraine, and this is tremendously important support for us. In addition, as Ulf and I previously confirmed, Ukraine is ready to purchase Gripens, and we are beginning this work just recently at the EU level, and today in our parliament, in Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, final decisions were approved regarding a 90 billion European support loan for Ukraine. These are funds allocated for 2 years, including for our defense. It is from this package that we are directing 2.5 billion toward the purchase of modern Gripens. So overall, this year, next year, and our continued cooperation ahead are about building a Ukrainian fleet of Swedish Gripens. We've all seen these aircraft. They are genuinely excellent combat machines, and this will help us guarantee the security of Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. Ulf, I thank you. Thank your entire team, and I thank all of Sweden for these unquestionably strong steps. We are very grateful to Saab Company and to other representatives of truly high-level production in Sweden. Today we also discussed the details of our cooperation in all other areas. I briefed Ulf on the situation in Ukraine, both on the battlefield and in our defense against Russian strikes. Russia continues to place far more hope in missiles and in killing people on the front line than in diplomacy, and this must be changed. The key to this is continuing support for Ukraine's air defense. And the most important element today is protection against Russian ballistic missiles and other types of missiles. Europe has its own tools for defense against cruise missiles, but with ballistic threats, the situation is much more difficult. We're forced to rely primarily on the United States. Right now, because of the war in Iran, the supply of missiles for Patriots has become more complicated. On Tuesday, I sent a special letter regarding this to the President of the United States and to Congress of the United States, a detailed letter outlining every aspect of what is needed and how the supply of a sufficient number of Patriots, above all missiles and systems, could influence bringing this war to an end. We're hoping for a response, and I'm grateful to all senators and congressmen, to all our friends in the United States who positively perceive this appeal. At the same time, we're also actively working with our European friends. I believe Europe must have, here at home, on its continent, all the capabilities necessary for protection. We need our own European ballistic missile defense in sufficient numbers and with sufficient capabilities. We will work on this, including within the NB8 format. This is one of our most effective formats, bringing together Ukraine, the Nordic states, and the Baltic states. We are preparing for the NB8 summit in June. I'm also grateful to you for all sanction steps, Ulf. I'm grateful to your government, and I'm grateful for everything that constrains Russia's capacity for aggression. And one more thing, I thank Sweden for its principled support for our path toward our movement toward the EU. In the very near future, we expect the opening of negotiation clusters. Everything is ready for this, and we must continue moving forward so that Ukraine's participation in European affairs, including our security experience, our economic potential, and the potential of Ukrainian creativity, becomes a full-fledged part of European relations and European development. Ukraine is fighting for its life and for the European way of life with full strength. We're deeply grateful to everyone who supports us, everyone who respects our Ukrainian people, everyone who is helping us bring peace closer. Thank you, Sweden, and once more, thank you, Ulf. Once more, glory to Ukraine.
What do you do? Cardio gym?
What? No gym. I'm 48. I don't train like a kid.
Come on.
Senate and House hearings next week, so I don't want anyone yelling, reclaim my time. So let's start out with Trump accounts. Trump accounts, I believe, are the most important benefit for young people since the GI Bill. Today, the app is now available on all major platforms, bringing the president's vision directly to American homes. Nearly 6 million American children have been signed up for Trump accounts, which will launch on July 4th. And I would encourage all of you to go to trumpaccount.gov to sign up. We had a historic tax filing season. We passed the largest tax cuts in American history. The average refund this filing season is nearly $3,300, an 11% increase from last year. And importantly, very importantly, 62 million returns, 44% claimed at least one of the president's signature tax cuts. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, the reduced taxes on Social Security benefits. 85% of our seniors paid no taxes, and the auto deductibility on loans for American cars. And to remind everyone, Democrats, every Democrat voted against those programs. We've had sustained and resilient GDP growth. Real GDP has risen 2.6% over the past 4 quarters. Atlanta Fed's GDP now predicts 3.8% for this second quarter. The U.S. energy dominance, part of our resilience stems from our energy dominance. Natural gas is down, is my belief, and the futures market is showing us oil will be lower than pre-conflict levels. We are more resilient to energy price fluctuations due to President Trump's energy dominance and deregulatory agenda. The United States is now the world's largest energy exporter. The United States has never exported so much energy or produced so much energy. Main Street prosperity, the average 401k is up almost $30,000 since President Trump's inauguration. President Trump RX has already saved Americans over $600 million. I'm sure all of you will want to report on that. And the unemployment rate remains low at 4.3%. So with that, I'm happy to ask questions. I will mention 3 weeks ago, I got an honorary degree from the University of South Carolina. So if you really want to get a question, you can call me Dr. Besson. So,
accounts. You know, there's a lot of people, a lot of working class Americans that maybe don't have the financial expertise when it comes to stock markets and investing in general. In what ways are you guys simplifying this for all those Americans so that it's not just for one class of people, but all Americans can have it?
Well, that's a great question, because 38% of Americans have no exposure to equities. They don't share in the great innovation, the machine that is the American economy. Our great capital markets drives our prosperity. So if your child is born during President Trump's administration, Treasury puts in $1,000 as a seed investment. We've also created 6 learning pods. So you can go online to the app that went up today and learn. And I think that this is going to be, I've been a big proponent of financial literacy, and I think this is going to be one of the greatest real-time financial literacy educations in history, because it won't be, there's a street in New York called Wall Street. This is what I don't really understand what happens there. American family is going to be able to look on their phone every day and see. And, I think it's going to drive people to try to understand what they've got here. I think we're going to create a generation of shareholders. So Ed?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I guess first, we're starting to see this disruption of the oil supply through the Strait of Hormuz affect economic data. First, is there a deal on the table for a 60-day ceasefire to continue that? And then second, how fast could inflation then recede or retreat, or is inflation sticky? Because the PCE was at a 3-year high.
Well, first of all, PCE today, month over month, was 0.2, which was, we're looking at decimal points, but the estimate was 0.3. So 1 month doesn't a trend make. And what we've seen is actually oil prices are down about 10% in May. There are almost 2,000 ships waiting to come out of the Gulf. And I think the oil market is going to be very well supplied on the other side of this, and that we could see prices come down very quickly. We saw the UAE leave OPEC. So I would expect on the other side of this that gasoline prices will follow
On the table?
Sorry?
Is there an agreement with Iran on the table?
The teams have been going back and forth, and President Trump has made it very clear, he talked about it at the cabinet meeting, that he has several red lines. And Iran has to turn over their highly enriched uranium. They cannot pursue a nuclear weapon. And the Strait of Hormuz, back to your question on energy, has to free transit. Navigation of the seas has to be free and open as it was before. So he's not going to take a bad deal. He's going to make a great deal for the American people. So, Peter,
thank you, Dr. Besson.
Yep.
How long until we see your signature next to President Trump's face on a $250 bill?
Well, again, as Treasury Secretary, I have two mandates for U.S. currency. At present, no living person can be on U.S. currency, and the currency must say, "In God we trust." So right now, there is proposed legislation in front of the House, in front of the Senate, to change the first requirement so that a living person, Donald J. Trump, could be on a $250 bill. So it's all in the hands of the, it's all up on Capitol Hill. So at Treasury, we prepare things in advance. So we have prepared in advance that if the legislation is passed, but we will stick to the law.
And something that came up yesterday also at the cabinet meeting, President Trump said, Oman will behave just like everybody else, or we will have to blow them up. Are you guys back there in the West Wing making plans for a new war with Oman?
Again, I think the president wanted to no plans for tolling the Strait. As he said, our countries have had 200 years of good relations. He wants to have another 200 more. And I told him that this was a non-starter, and he did not want to risk either the Omani individuals or Omani financial institutions getting sanctioned.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Is it in the U.S. interest to waive some sanctions on Iran or to unfreeze some of their assets before Iran has made concrete promises about getting rid of their nuclear program?
I'm not going to preview the deal, but I would think that the things would go very slowly in terms of that. So we'll see.
ਸਵੇਰ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ $250 ਦੇ ਬਿੱਲ ਦੀ ਇਹ ਸਿਰਫ ਇੱਕ ਸਪੈਸੀਮੈਨ ਹੈ ਇਟਸ ਜਸਟ ਅ ਸਪੈਸੀਮੈਨ
multifaceted agreement, and nothing is going to be on the table until we see the Strait of Hormuz open and the Iranians agree that they have to turn over the highly enriched uranium and that they can't have a nuclear program. And to be clear here, that this administration, President Trump, has done something that no other administration is able to do. We have gotten the Iranians to talk about their nuclear program and to perhaps commit to not having one. That has never happened before. It had been off the table. So I think when you look at the results of the kinetic action of our economic pressure, it has worked to bring them to the table and have a discussion on this.
Mr. Secretary, I just want to follow up. You said that the teams have been going back and forth, but can you confirm whether or not a tentative agreement has been reached in these negotiations with Iran?
Again, everything depends on what the president wants to do. And President Trump is not going to make a bad deal for the American people, for the U.S. And he was very clear at the cabinet meeting on yesterday what he wants.
Secretary, Kara from Lindell TV. I'm sorry, did I steal his question? Because I'm not that person.
No, it's you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for taking my question, Kara from Lindell TV. I really wanted to get your thoughts on digital currency. A lot of our viewers are increasingly worried that digital currency could one day be used to track people's spending or limit personal freedom. What's your philosophy on that, and what safeguards is the Treasury and its administration putting in place to make sure new digital payment systems protect Americans' privacy and freedoms in the future?
Well, so this administration has been very clear. There will be no central bank digital currency, which I think would be the first step toward tracking. So we have taken that off the table. We passed stablecoin legislation with bipartisan, and the Clarity Act is now up on the hill. I think it has bipartisan support. And the most important thing we can do is to make digital assets come into the United States, make the U.S. the home. Our regulation, our best practices are what will ensure good standards for these. When you look at digital assets, all the nonsense that happens, all the things you read about, that's because it's the wild, wild west offshore. So we got to bring it on shore. So I would encourage the House and the Senate to get clarity done. Jack?
Rolled over now into this weaponization fund over at DOJ. Wanted to get your comment on the decision process, as much as you can tell, how that settlement came to be, how it was rolled over to DOJ, and then the process for those funds now as it's played out.
Good. So thank you for the question. This is going to be the only question I'll take on this matter today. So there's ongoing litigation, so it'd be inappropriate for me to comment. President Trump is a great American who has endured more than 10 years of nonstop harassment and weaponization from the federal and state government actors. A bad actor at the IRS leaked more than 400,000 tax returns, including the Trump family, all the employees, and that's how we got here now. No American should be targeted for political reasons, and every citizen deserves fair treatment and full protection of the law. The Department of Justice represented Treasury and the IRS in this matter, and I'm going to have to refer any questions to Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche. So,
thanks. So President Trump has said that we can expect interest rates to come down very quickly. A number of times he did that last week, but the market at the moment probably does not expect any rate cuts this year. JP Morgan said this, Morgan Stanley, and so on. So who is right, the president or the market?
Well, I think, again, I believe that we will get through this challenging period now. On higher prices. On the other side of this, I've said publicly that I think we'll be back to substantial disinflation. But most importantly, I think we've got the Warsh Fed now. It's a new day at the Fed. The Treasury Secretary and the Fed Chair have lunch or breakfast every week. I had my first breakfast with Chair Warsh this morning, and I believe that he will do the right thing to balance inflation and growth.
Secretary, thank you, Secretary Besson. I think you were calling on me.
Yes.
So I'd like to ask you if you could provide a little more detail on what you're doing to shut down Iran's airlines, and also on sanctions relief. A senior administration official briefed reporters over the weekend that sanctions relief will be commensurate with nuclear concessions. But at some point, if the enriched uranium is given up, should we expect pallets of cash to be flown to Iran? Could you describe how that looks?
Well, a couple of things. On the airlines, one thing that we're not going to do is restrict movement for religious reasons. So Iranians who want to make the pilgrimage to Mecca or Medina will be allowed. We will also allow valid humanitarian reasons. But the other thing we can do is that when these airlines fly, they have to be refueled. They sell tickets. They pay landing fees. Anyone who accepts those, we will sanction. So they should be very clear that the state-owned Iranian airlines, they are outlaws and cannot do this.
Secretary.
Since you're the White House briefer today, I know you've been asked this already, but I'm wondering if you could just confirm on the record that there is a tentative deal that has been agreed for a 60-day extension of the ceasefire.
do you think what can you say to make the markets, given where rates are, like kind of process kind of what your plan and agenda is?
Well, the GAO numbers, not my numbers, believe that there's about 500 billion a year of fraud. So could we very quickly get 250 billion of that? The budget deficit is approximately 1.8 trillion. So that would reduce the deficit substantially. If we could get that 500 billion number, I think it would engender confidence. You'd probably also go into a virtuous cycle. As the budget deficit narrowed, interest rates would go down. No one reports it, but last year we actually had a fiscal contraction. Just to remind everyone, we inherited the worst budget deficit in history when we were not in a recession or not at war, 6.7%. We brought that down to about 5.5 or 5.4% this year. I think we can stay on a good trajectory.
Mr. Secretary, without an executive order, does the U.S. government have adequate defenses in place to address the risk created by Anthropic's new AI models?
We have great collaboration between all of the labs that have the large language models, but between the U.S. government and the labs. So,
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Yep.
Is me? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Appreciate it. First, did you speak with the president before this briefing? Did he show any willingness to this 60-day ceasefire extension?
I haven't seen the president today.
And then I just want to follow up. When can Americans, the average American, and can the U.S. economy work for the average American without a deal with Iran?
Again, I believe we've already seen oil prices come down substantially. We are pumping more oil than we've ever seen before. And as I said, these are short-term challenges that we will get over, and I think we'll move forward. In the White.
Mr. Secretary, just to follow up.
No, in the White.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Secretary. Appreciate it. Given how much this upcoming midterm election will hinge on the economy, what did you think about President Trump's comments in the cabinet meeting yesterday saying he didn't care about the midterms?
So you're calling President Trump a statesman. You're saying that he is taking a statesman-like position, that he has a core belief, and he believes that the most important thing is for Iran never to have a nuclear weapon. So I believe both things can be true, that we can do well in the midterms, that we perhaps have the makings of a deal here. And I believe that, and look, the economy, that it is challenging now, but unemployment is still low. Tax refunds were high, and consumer spending is still quite high. So in my private business over the years, I always looked at what were consumers doing, not what they were saying. And I'm in constant contact with the banks, and every income quintile is still doing well. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. On the $250 bill, Mr. Secretary, you said the legalities.
हाँ बिल दी गल हो रही है specimen it's specimen.
Again, the president doesn't do it. The House and the Senate have to do it.
Secretary Bessent, what are the remaining assurances that President Trump needs to see in order for him to sign off on the agreement with Iran?
I don't think it could be clear.
You're following in the footsteps at the podium there of Secretary Rubio and Vice President Vance. There's been quite a lot of talk about their possible presidential ambitions. Does your presence here today indicate that we might see you running in 2020?
No, I think it just means they've run out of things on the food chain.
There's been some back and forth over the last several days, and also with the U.S. attacking Iranian drones yesterday. This morning, CENTCOM put out a statement that Iran had launched its ballistic missile towards Kuwait, calling it an egregious ceasefire violation. How can the administration still argue that a ceasefire is in effect?
Again, with the Iranian government, we did not have regime change, but we changed the regime. As President Trump said at the cabinet meeting, as we've said other times, the first layer of leadership was eliminated, the second layer, and we're now at the third layer. And the way to think about it is the Iranian government, such as it is three pillars. It is the elected government, it is the IRGC, and it is the clerics. And they are having trouble communicating. So we are being patient. We do not have unlimited patience. President Trump always prefers a peace deal. So everything we have done thus far has been defensive. And at present, that is what we will continue doing. But if President Trump doesn't think he can get a peace deal, then kinetic is back.
Secretary, are you hopeful that the oil prices will go down once this conflict is over, given the fact that the Strait of Hormuz remain closed, and by the time this oil gets to the major markets, could be 2 or 3 months?
Again, we see that the market, I believe, is very well supplied right now. The market seems to be going into balance for itself. So I think that as the Strait opens up, we're going to see this burst of ships come out. So we may actually see how quickly can it be refined, how quickly can it get to its destination.
Thank you so much, Alina Shirazi from the Daily Mail. You wrote resilience on your cabinet note meetings. Several times the photographer zoomed into it. Are you trying to keep the president calm? Are you trying to keep yourself calm? Why did you write all those notes?
So people could look over my shoulder, photograph them, and think they got a scoop. So,
Is the United States considering a reconstruction program for Iran if a deal is signed?
Again, I think we got to get to the deal before we get to the other side. Before we get to the you in the pink.
In the red?
No, in the pink.
In the pink, thank you. Cristina Londoño with Telemundo Network. Mr. Secretary, how effective do you believe the current Treasury restrictions have been in pressuring the Cuban government? And also, if you're in the room when those talks are being held, are there any plans to either tighten the sanctions or to ease the sanctions against the Cuban government to get some type of change?
Again, that's going to be up to the Cuban government. That they can go up, they can go down. That we've tried to get humanitarian aid in, and the regime rejected it. So because they wanted to go through their corrupt system. So they could go up, they could go down. It's carrot and stick. Secretary Rubio doing a fantastic job of managing this process, and we at Treasury are working with him. So, in the red.
Thank you. Reagan Race with the Daily Caller. I want to ask you about Antifa. In October, the Treasury Department started working with the FBI to investigate who's funding Antifa. Can you give us an update on that investigation? How close are you guys to finding out who's funding Antifa?
It is ongoing. We made substantial progress, and I think in the weeks and months ahead, we're going to have a lot to report. One thing that did go underreported that I would point out to all of you is the IRS is now giving guidance on the Form 990, which nonprofits they have to file. And we are going to encourage or demand that nonprofits know their grant recipients. So if a grant recipient is violent, if they are suppressing people's rights, then you are responsible for that. And I think that's a very good first step. Yep.
There's new government data that shows that Americans are now saving a smaller share of their incomes than at any time over the past 4 years. Are you seeing signs that American households are dipping into their savings to pay for the higher costs of things like gas and groceries? And does data like that concern you right now?
Well, so lower academic literature would tell you lower savings rate can mean one of two things. The kind of the doomer view that you took, or that people have more confidence, or it could be something else, because for instance, stock market gains or 401k gains might not show up in savings, so they're looking at that, think that they can draw down their household savings.
You're obviously concerned about the risks posed by advanced AI models like Mythos to critical infrastructure. The financial sector is concerned as well. What types of changes are being considered to the AI executive order so it could pass? And do you believe that an AI executive order needs to include the pre-public access for government?
Again, we're working very closely with the large language labs. They've been excellent partners, and we are going to get a solution that solves for the maximum calculus. What we want to do, the US is the AI leader in the world. We're an AI superpower. China is second. They are trailing substantially. We want to make sure that we keep that lead. So we are working on the exact calculus between innovation and safety, and we want to optimize for that. So you in the glasses? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Yeah, in the glasses.
Thank you very much.
No, you don't have glasses on. You in the glasses.
Thank you for taking my question. There was a report this morning that Justice Alito's son is working in your department. Can you confirm that that's the case? And if so, do you believe that that means that he should be, that the justice should recuse himself from cases that involve your department?
I am sure that Mr. Alito follows all legal and ethical guidelines, and I can assure you that at Treasury, we follow all the legal and ethical guidelines.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I have two questions for you, but just to follow what you said about the
Well, you didn't call me doctor, so I only get one.
Well, I'll shoot for two. You said that it's up to Congress. The president's face is on a $250 bill, but it is actually the Washington Post that's reporting two political appointees from the Treasury Department who have asked agencies to be ready to do that. Do you think politically it's a good idea to put his face on a $250 bill when people are struggling to afford gas and groceries?
I don't really understand this Washington Post article. That who hears from the Post? Yeah, terribly written, terribly edited. Because basically what it says is that Treasury is following the law, and that we've created the bill, and that it's up to Congress, but that we follow the bill and it's up to. I didn't really understand what the story was.
So,
but anyway.
Appointees aren't involved in that, two of your political appointees?
Yeah, of course, but we prepare for everything if it gets passed. Just like we were ready 6 months in advance for the one big beautiful bill for tax guidance. So we have to prepare in advance. You can't draw something up the day before.
Politically, do you think it's a good idea though when people are struggling to afford gas and groceries?
Look, I think it has. I think that it's bifurcated. That do you think we should have a 250th anniversary, the celebration?
Well, that's happening anyway. But putting the president's face on a $250 bill is a choice.
But Caitlin, it's not happening anyway. It's happening because it's being funded by private citizens, by the federal government, by state governments, by municipal governments to celebrate our country. And I don't think that there's anything untoward about having the president of the United States, the person who was president of the United States, on the 250th anniversary bill. No.
On Russia sanctions, what you just commented on there, Mr. Secretary, about the $1.8 billion fund. Is it accurate that the General Counsel of the Treasury Department resigned over that?
I will not be taking any other questions. I will not be taking any other questions. So.
The scale of the assault from Russia on Kyiv in recent days, and the fact that diplomacy seems to have settled down. There is no diplomatic talks happening right now between Russia, Ukraine, or the U.S. What about sanctions? Is the U.S. considering sanctions on Russia at this time?
Well, the U.S., this administration has put the hardest sanctions on Russia of any country. So let's review how the sanctions regime has gone since the Russian action on Ukraine. Biden administration put on what I would call mild sanctions because they were worried about gasoline prices going up into an election. It would be an unstatesmanlike sanctions. Probably the worst national security advisor in the history of the country, Jake Sullivan, in an act of bravery on his way out the door in January, they raised the sanction level on behalf of the Trump administration. We let those in situ when we took office. They fast forward to October, and President Trump instructed me to sanction the two largest Russian oil companies, Lukoil and Rosneft, which we did. No other government has done that. So no one has done more sanctions than the Trump administration on Russian oil. No, here, who wants to own this? Gray hair. No, gray hair. No, you don't have gray hair. Well, maybe you do. Yeah.
When you had breakfast this morning with Fed Chair, did you request that the Fed lower interest rates?
I had breakfast with Chair Powell 41 times, and I never did that. Okay. Last question.
Governor Gavin Newsom has floated this idea of a 100% state tax on Californians who would receive money from President Trump's anti-weaponization fund. Your response to the governor's call for 100%?
There's no cure for stupid. Okay. Thank you all. I don't really understand this Washington Post article. That who hears from the Post? Yep. Terribly written, terribly edited. Because basically what it says is that Treasury is following the law and that we've created the bill and that it's up to Congress, but